Go live.
Okay, I'm mute up.
Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher. Intellectual sword to slice you, or whatever device you recommend. Surgical precise pen, hand get heated, the room will spin. If man get treated, them goals gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm the box you in. Got a pair of red dimes in the box you in. Don't matter paradigm, paradigms, your clock won't spin. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we're stopping. It's the clash of the Tigers. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we storming. It's the clash of the Titans. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we storming. It's the clash of the Titans. It's the clash of the Titans.
Yo, y'all know what it is. Let's go ahead and get to it.
I'ma grind till I can grind no more. I'ma shine until I blind your glow. Gotta grind until you out that hole. You can die from being down so low just to cleanse your soul. You forgive and let go. Gotta dress warm in the world so cold. Gotta keep your eyes on your friends and your foes. Gotta stack bread till that shit don't fold. Cause on Tuesday, hard work, no play. I'ma bulldoze everything in my way. Cause on Wednesday, spending time with my babe. Cause ain't no getting in the way of hump day. And Thursday, I'm working, my pockets ain't hurting. Friday, I'm fly, my co-workers be flirting. Saturday, that's when I'm flexing my muscle. Sunday, I'm thanking my God for my hustle. Cause they ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. No, they ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. No. Work until I turn to a boss. Gotta stunt until it turn to a floss. Gotta learn from every time that I lost. So that little note you got, you about to pay it off. Now they hating now, cause you made it now. Took a long time, you was patient now. Work hard for it, when no handouts. Like some braces when they done, pull them bands out. Remember on a Tuesday, all work, no play. I'ma bust a doubles for them haters that was fake. Cause on Wednesday, spending time with my big cuz ain't no getting in the way of hump day. And Thursday, I'm working, my pockets ain't hurting. Friday, I'm fly, my co-workers be flirting. Saturday, that one, I'm flexing my muscle. Sunday, I'm thanking my God for my hustle. Cause they ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday, no. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday, no. Tuesday and Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, I know they gon' hate, I'm letting that go. Cause one thing I know, they ain't getting it like this on a Monday. Tuesday and Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, I know they gon' hate, I'm letting that go. Cause one thing I know, road, hanging it like this on a Monday.
Yeah, we about to get it started, man. I'm gonna play one more song to make sure. My man's Omar.
OWL, only world logic. OLEEE, only logical explanation of existence. Know the ledge.
Philosophy.
I mess around and catch a case with this one. Make 'em wanna party in outer space with this one. We slap these haters in their face with this one. Wait, I missed one. 2 times we on time. Every line of treasure you only find in my mind. And you know I work in the mines. I don't charge a dime for you to stay out of mind. Yeah, they fear it soon as they hear it. Smart minds salute it, the weak minds fear it. Like Aristotle, I question coherence through the eyes of a thinker. Truth become appearance. Only answers come from the questions you form with time and nature. Every question transformed. It's the mecca for the minds that was built to explore. Bird droppings on the way, now the game getting stormed. Yeah. OWL on the wall, OLE in position. Test every claim, then I check the condition. If it don't hold coherence, it don't earn recognition. That's why debate opponents keep socially distancing. See, they don't really want pressure. They just want applause. Till somebody ask questions, then the room get paused. I built this from the ground, y'all just copying sauce. Different type of animal, different type of boss. Yeah. Can it be understood? Can it move without contradiction? Can the mind update when it finally see the friction? Yeah. I mess around and catch a case with this one. Make 'em wanna party in outer space with this one. We stop these haters in their face with this one. Wait, I missed one. 2 times we on time. Every line of treasure you only find.
Yeah, man, it's your boy OLEE. You know what it is, where it is, who it is. It's Monday night. It's supposed to be Know the Ledge, but I had a special challenge that I have to get out of the way. So we're gonna know the ledge of this. It's the Omar Muhammad Hebrew Challenge, man, part 4. Got Humble and A1 in the house with me already. Shout out to all my Titans that's fighting to be enlightened. Make sure you watch out for the snakes that's striking and the dogs that's biting. What up with it? Humble, A1. A1 might be a little busy, so we might not get a reply, but I know he there.
What up, brother? How you doing tonight? Everything going on right over here?
Yeah, man. You know, me just came back from flying around the community, watching some of the programs and activities going on some of the communities, getting information when and where I can. You know me. Got to finish this off. What you got going, man? Had a nice little old show last night, man. Finished off the day. Sunday night. Sunday was a good day for everybody. You started the morning right. Everyone came in with some information, then you finished out. I hate that it was well, I don't hate nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? It does deserve its own show. So I know we're gonna be doing some lining it up and making sure the information get out there. And you already said you ready for tomorrow, because Tuesdays, I forgot to mention, you know what Tuesdays are. And if you don't,
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
Yeah, y'all
I wanna
already
say-
know.
I want to say you already got your no, it ain't one of these. But I want to say you already got your background ready, don't you? Your thumbnail and
Yep,
everything.
yep. It's
Shit,
my
man,
background.
cool.
Hold on. If you throw me on a stick or you throw me in a little solo
Oh yeah.
joint, there you go.
There you go.
Posing
This is what we
wise
got to look out for tomorrow.
religious doctrine it is. Mhm.
Has anybody ever disputed that it's a religious doctrine?
Hey, I don't know, but tomorrow we're gonna show a whole lot of it being a religious doctrine.
Okay.
And I do want to make a disclaimer for tomorrow. Hey, Hebrew Israelites, Christians, all y'all religious people out there, don't get mad at Brother Humble. I'm not conflating y'all. Their doctrine is conflating y'all. I just want y'all to know that for tomorrow.
Well, that brings me to kind of what what I'm on right now when it came to this challenge. Because up to this point, let's see if I can go ahead and go and get that up there, man. We're going to jump this thing off. Yeah, man. Up to this point, I questioned and answered Omar primarily with a philosophical view. I asked whether perfect justice exists, if it's truly what we require when we're looking for guilt, and if that has to pass on from one generation to another. I've asked whether an all-knowing God would ever need ancestry to identify and substitute as a way to punish in a divine judgment way. But those questions are philosophical because they concern the very nature of justice itself. But beginning here, this discussion is going to change. From this point forward, I'm going to have to take a back seat with my philosophy respectfully and step back. And scripture take the place that is the center of attention, because this is really what I have to analyze to give Omar a valid and sound conclusion to his question. And so scripture gonna take center stage today. And I want to make something perfectly clear before we continue on. I'm not asking anyone in this room to accept quantum onlyism. I'm not asking anyone to reject Christianity. I'm not asking anyone to reject Judaism, Hebrew Israelites, they movements, any other faith that anybody might have. For the remainder of this section, I'm willing to stand entirely upon the authority of the Bible itself. My purpose isn't to introduce a new authority into looking at things. My purpose is to examine whether the conclusions being drawn are actually supported by the authority that's already being claimed. And that distinction is important because many of the disagreements that I have don't arise because people reading books different or they're reading different books. They arise because people read the same book and interpret it differently. The real question then isn't whether we all possess a Bible or an understanding of the Bible. The real question is whether we've understood what the Bible is actually saying. During my conversations with Omar last night, one idea surfaced again and again. He reminded me that Israel was judged as a nation. He reminded me that righteous Israelites suffered alongside the unrighteous. He reminded me that children entered captivity who had not committed any personal offenses. I agree with every one of those historical observations because the biblical record plainly describes those, and that's what I'm supposed to be looking at. But that acknowledgement that something happened isn't the same thing as explaining why it happened or deciding what universal principle and method is being established when finding these explanations. History does record events. Those two things aren't identical. The scriptures record David's adultery, but they don't establish adultery as a righteous pattern for humanity. They record Peter's denial of Christ, but they don't present denial as a virtue. They record the failures of kings and priests and prophets and entire nations without suggesting that every historical event becomes a universal rule. And so that same caution must be exercised when we approach Israel's national judgments. The same caution must be exercised throughout anything that I observe and analyze. The fact that the nation experienced collective consequences doesn't automatically answer the question of individual moral responsibility. A nation is too broad when we can point out the individuals. Those are related questions, but they aren't the same question. The distinction, simple as it may sound, lies at the heart of everything we've about to examine. We have examined and that we're about to examine together. I've examined it, but we're going to examine it together. And that's throughout history, every society has witnessed the painful reality that one generation often leave burdens for the next. It's a cold thing. The stories that we get, somebody always leave burdens upon unknowingly and unsuspecting individuals, whether it be your descendants or not. To me, that's kind of reckless, because a reckless father could leave his child bankrupt. A corrupt government could burden children and upcoming generations with debt that the government produced. A nation that tolerates injustice may create wounds that remain visible long after those responsible have passed away from the scene. We know this. The scars of slavery and civil war and the Native American fights against the U.S. government, the treaties, the backstabs of the treaties, all of this happened. No thoughtful person would deny that these consequences exist. But just because they exist doesn't mean that they justify it. The question for us then becomes not if the consequences should continue. The question is whether personal moral guilt continues exactly in that same way. And why doesn't it if it could? If we have an all powerful being, and it just touches me when I think about why I'm even arguing this point, because of the injustice that wants to be done for this. Why would an all powerful being substitute race for individual accountability? And why would we want to continue that if we know it was wrong? Mainly for the kids. The question is whether personal moral guilt continues in exactly the same way. If my grandfather committed a murder, I may grow up carrying the shame attached to his name. I may endure suspicion because of my family. I may inherit circumstances created by my grandfather's crime. Yet none of those realities answer a far more important question. Am I morally guilty before God because of what my grandfather chose to do? These are the type of questions that we have to really answer. That question deserves an answer, not an emotional answer, not even a philosophical answer. It deserves a biblical answer because that's what we're supposed to be using, and that's what I'm analyzing. Unfortunately, the Bible doesn't leave us wondering where to begin. There's an entire chapter devoted to this very subject. It was written to people who believed that they were suffering because of the sins of previous generations. They had developed a popular proverb to explain this situation. They repeated that proverb so often that it became accepted wisdom. Yet when God addressed that proverb through the prophet Ezekiel, he didn't affirm it. He challenged it. That should immediately capture your attention. Because whenever God interrupts an explanation that people have accepted as obvious, wisdom requires us to slow down and listen carefully. It may be that the assumptions we've carried for years aren't as secure as we've imagined. So that's exactly what we're going to do tonight. We're going to begin with the isolated verses pulled from different parts of the Bible. We're not going to begin with denominational traditions. We're not going to begin with modern debates over race, politics, or identity. We're going to begin where the Bible itself begins. We're going to stand beside the Jewish exiles living in Babylon. We're going to listen to the proverb they repeated among themselves. Then we're going to listen to God's response. Only after we've allowed the text to speak for itself will we ask whether the doctrine of inherited personal guilt can honestly be reconciled with what follows. Because if the Bible establishes that every individual ultimately answers before God for his own conduct, then any doctrine teaching inherited personal moral responsibility and liability must explain itself in light of that principle. So this is real big, Omar. This is what we have to do. This is not, and y'all remember, these are the challenges to Omar. None of that. I know he's going to come up here to bully, talking about bullying something. Let me see if I can't get in touch with him. See if he'll pop up. But that's what we got the answer from, man. Y'all remember, like, share, and subscribe. We're gonna get to it. But it's only after we've done this, because the Bible established that every individual ultimately answers before God for his own conduct. This is what we're gonna see. We're gonna see that the Bible actually calls for every individual to answer for their own conduct. So if I'm hearing a doctrine that's different, and the Bible saying this is why I say, you wanted me to give you a formula. So we're gonna have to use all of the variables and exponents to make sure my formula comes out in a desired manner for you, not even for me. This is what you want. And it was sounded kind of difficult, but the difficulty only lies in the interpretations of what we read. And that's where we're going to begin at. Not with a conclusion, but with a proverb that an entire nation believed that God had made a mistake in the way he was reasoning, but God answered him. And we'll hear exactly what Ezekiel and the Hebrew way, the Hebrews went through on the proverb with sour grapes. And since we just established the method that we're going to go through while we're examining this, we have to open the scripture and allow the text to speak before we decide exactly what the text means. I'm going to get my book. Get book. While I'm grabbing my book, remember what's going down in the Titans Debate League and amongst the community.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here.
Yeah, man. We bet. Had to go get my Bible so y'all can make sure that I ain't. Matter of fact, because Omar thought it would be a nice idea to put it up for everybody. So let me go ahead and just pull it up so y'all also have it on the screen. Ezekiel 18. Should we come up with this? Got this for you. Go back over here. Share this real quick. Let me talk about this slide real quick. Um, and it'll come back up, but it's basically just telling about generational responsibility and giving you a rundown about Ezekiel 18 and the sour grapes problem. The fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are on edge. It directly examines the moral and spiritual responsibility between generations, challenging the popular ancient proverb of inherited guilt. And take the key takeaways that we should find about this is each person's moral conduct is examined separately by God, completely independent of their ancestry or their bloodline. You see that the father has a wicked status, the son has a righteous status, the grandson is supposed to have a wicked status, and that's where we're gonna go. So we're gonna start with Ezekiel 18. Let me pull that up for you, share my screen so I can get that. So Omar won't say that. I'm scamming. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I see you. Glad you taking your time to close out your Monday to go into Tuesday. Let's see. The passage before us is found in the 18th chapter of Ezekiel. I don't believe it's an accident that. Oh, hold on. Let me make this big so I can make sure I can read it for you. Because I don't want. Omar to say that I'm cheating this, right? You know that everybody got it, so everybody can see it. Let me move to the. Oh, that ain't it. Oh, good. To Ezekiel 18, man. As I stated, I don't believe this is an accident that this chapter has become central to the discussion about justice, about responsibility, and inherited guilt. If there's any chapter in the Hebrew scriptures devoted specifically to the question we're asking, it's exactly what we have. Come on, don't do me like that, nerd wallet. Sorry about that. Let me get that off the screen for you. No. Sorry about that. My computer had an extra screen. Just make sure I move all of this so y'all can see. Okay. Now, as I stated, this chapter is very important for the Hebrew scriptures because it's specifically devoted to the question that we're talking about. And the setting is important because Ezekiel wasn't speaking to a prosperous nation enjoying peace and stability. He was speaking to a people whose world had collapsed. Jerusalem had fallen, the temple had been destroyed, families had been separated, and many had been carried hundreds and thousands of miles away into Babylonian captivity and all sorts of other things. They were strangers in a foreign land, trying to understand how everything they believed could have ended up in such a disaster as what they were saying. So, and this is how it starts. The word of the Lord came to me. What do you people mean by quoting this proverb about the land of Israel? The parents eat sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge. As surely as I live, declares the sovereign Lord, you will no longer quote this proverb in Israel, for everyone belongs to me, the parents as well as the child. Both alike belong to me. The one who sins is the one who will die. Suppose there's a righteous man who does what is just and right. He does not eat at the mountain shrines or look at the idols of Israel. Israel had idols. He does not defile his neighbor's wife or have sexual relations with a woman during her period. He does not oppress anyone, but returns what he took and pledged for a loan. He does not commit robbery, but gives food to the hungry and provides clothing for the naked. He does not lend to them at interest or take a profit from them. He withholds his hands from doing wrong and judges fairly between two parties. He follows my decrees and faithfully keeps my laws. This man is a righteous man. This man is righteous. I don't want to change this. He will surely live, declares the sovereign Lord. Suppose he has a violent son who sheds blood or does any of these other things, though the father has done none of them. He eats at the mountain shrines. He defiles his neighbor's wife. He oppresses the poor and needy. He commits robbery. He does not return what he took in pledge. He looks to idols. He does detestable things. He lends at interest and takes a profit. Will such a man live? He will not. Because he has done all these detestable things, he is put to death. His blood will be on his head. But suppose his son has a son who sees all the sins his father commits, and though he sees them, he does not do such things. He does not eat of the mountain shrines or look at the idols of Israel. He does not defile his neighbor's wife. He does not oppress them. He does not oppress anyone or require a pledge for a loan. He does not commit robbery, but gives his food to the hungry and provides clothing for the naked. He withholds his hand from mistreating poor and takes no interest or profit from them. He keeps my laws and follows my decrees. He will not die for his father's sins. He will surely live, but his father will die for his own sin because he practiced extortion, robbed his brother, and did what was wrong among his people. Yet you ask, why does the son not share the guilt of his father? Since the son has done what is just and right and has been careful to keep all my decrees, he will surely live. The one who sins is the one who will die. The child will not share the guilt of the parent, nor will the parent share the guilt of the child. The righteousness of the righteous will be credited to them, and the wickedness of the wicked will be charged against them. And I'm going to stop right there for right now, Omar, because I need not read any further when it comes to what we're trying to get established. And so I got to add this back to the stage real quick, because what we clearly see taking place through Ezekiel and him speaking for the sovereign Lord, Ezekiel say that thing that you're saying you should be doing, that blaming children for the sins of their father or past generations, should not be done. This is what I interpret from the text now. Whenever humans experience suffering, we do naturally ask the same question: why? Why has this happened? Who is responsible? What do we do to deserve this? Those aren't modern questions. Them ancient questions. Every generation asks those questions, and every generation struggles with the answers. Among the exiles, they're developed the same. It spread from family to family until it became accepted wisdom. People repeated it because it seemed to explain their condition. The proverb said, the fathers have eaten sour grapes and the children's teeth are set on edge. That was Ezekiel 18:2. We read that. To understand that proverb, you have to picture a man biting into fruit so bitter that it makes his mouth pucker. Yet, in this saying, it isn't the father's mouth reacting. It's the children's mouth who's receiving the punishment. The single image should capture the whole complaint for yourself. Our father sinned and we're paying the price. Now, I want to be careful here because I know how Omar is, and there is something true that's buried inside that complaint. Children often do suffer because of the decisions they never made. A father abandons his family, and his children grow up without him. A mother struggles with addiction, and her children bear wounds that remain for decades, and vice versa. Sometimes the mother leaves the kids with the grandparents, sometimes the father, sometimes they end up in systems. A child doesn't have any type of say in those things. Us as a nation, if a government wages an unjust war, then years later, the population is still paying for the generations that came before it. You inherit that guilt. You inherit that debt. That's in society. But societies build institutions, and those institutions try to fix the injustices. And it takes time, especially if we know that the generations inherited unequal opportunities. No, history has never been neat. One generation constantly hands something to the next. We see that. We see taxes and debt being handed around in the social sense. Most of the time when we see changes, it's within wealth. Sometimes we see changes in the wisdom that we use to garner ourselves for future events that we propose may happen. The Bible never denies this reality, Omar. We know that. Israel itself experienced famine because of the previous decisions of Israel. The only reason the generations that came after those generations who did it was that they stuck to the covenant. And that's powerful. Yet to me, it's self-defeating in the same sense. I would not want to inherit a curse. I would not have any dealings with said covenant unless it said that a person should answer for their own guilt. And you say it don't, but right here in Ezekiel 18, it says otherwise. Now, if a kingdom rise and falls because of what their earlier people did and didn't do, obeying and rebelling, families do inherit a condition of life that they're living in. But if it's a covenant, you inherit blessings and hardships alike. So my next question is an honest question. It's like chores. You clean your room every day. You get you get paid. You get a paid for doing your chores. If you don't do your chores, you're gonna get a whooping. You see the benefit, and you still take the whooping. Not only that, when your kids grow up, your kids gonna be getting a whooping for you not cleaning the room that day. from now to the end of time, Omar. Because you seen that all you had to do was clean your room and you would have benefited from it, but you chose, nah, I'm going to take the whooping and I'm going to pass the whooping down to my kids. Oh, boy. I suffer because of this. I suffer mentally when trying to analyze, should I start following the Hebrew Israelite way? I suffer from the things that happened to the people that came before us. I suffer knowing that the people who committed the atrocities at the time thought that they was doing good. I suffer that the people at that time couldn't fathom that they could step away from this and continue in a productive, effective manner. And yet we still choose to speak about responsibility and retribution and justice as if everybody participated in the same incoherence. And the only reason Omar, it was people living amongst the Israels, I can guarantee you, who didn't believe in God at all. They didn't take into none of that. They said, you know what? We're just going to be good. That's what the law say. This is why it's hard to say everybody suffered. Think about Egypt. Israel went into Egypt themselves. Didn't nobody capture them? I'm jumping ahead of myself, though. Let me not get ahead of myself. Shout out Sadiq, Ra. Shout out Michigan Natural Living. Let me not get too far ahead of myself, as he say. But we got to get back to this proverb, man. Because if you notice, through Ezekiel, the Lord doesn't just simply ignore the proverb. He confronts it directly. He asks, what mean ye that ye use this proverb concerning the land of Israel? Think about that question. God isn't asking because he lacks information. He's exposing the assumption behind the proverb. It's almost as though he's saying, why have you come to understand my justice this way? That question deserves our attention. Because if the proverb actually represents God's justice, there will be nothing to correct. But correction is exactly what follows. The Lord declares, as I live, saith the Lord God, ye shall not occasion any more to use this proverb. Let's pause there and think about that. God doesn't merely say that the proverb has become unpopular. He doesn't say people have misunderstood part of it. He says there will come a time when they will no longer use it as an explanation of his justice. And why did he say that? Because the proverb, as they understood it, had become a false explanation of how God judges people. You scamming and flim-flamming. You not representing God's justice, right, Omar? That's why you can't come up with the formula. Could be that you have the wool pulled over your eyes and you don't see them wolves and snakes. Because I know you mean well. And I always ask myself when you ask that question, because you ask it so passionately, what do you think the punishment? What do you think the punishment should be, Oli? When you ask that question, I hate it because I don't understand how you don't know the answer to it. You know the answer to it. It's simple individuality. Because we know even within a nation, everybody ain't moving the same. Yeah, shout out Cedric Ortega, man. Scamming and flim flamming. Cedric told me I was flim flamming, but that's a whole nother story. Shout out Cedric. He know what we doing here. I'm just asking questions because I want to make sure I'm not missing my blessing. But I got to go through a curse to get to the blessing. And then once I get to the blessing, I'm hurting people. Incoherent. I can't do it. I can't find it within myself to continue to insult my intelligence. Because that's what that's doing. The only person you scamming, and flim flamming is the person you see when you look in that mirror. And that's you. I have children. I know you say that's it's a way that it all gets past and we get past it. And we're gonna talk about that too. Because there's no getting past wrongdoing in my book, Omar. There's no justification for it when things can be handled in a simple way. And wait a minute. I just thought about something. Because I know Omar gonna reject and object that the Bible doesn't clearly teach that later generations be suffering from early generations. I just thought about that. But that's exactly the point that I said. Because it certainly does. That's never been my argument, though. I know that they've suffered. I understand that the Hebrews suffered for what they. That's why I'm asking, like, why would you even want to be a part of it? You jump into this. If I jump into this, I know that I'm saying that, yeah, I want to be cursed and receive the whatever punishment we still deserve until are we still deserving of punishment right now? Why is we trying to fix what we in the punishment? Because the punishment say just keep following God and stuff, but y'all took like, all right, hold on. I just thought about that too. See, as I go along, more questions just come. The incoherence just piles up so drastically that the questions just keep passing up. They just keep popping up. Omar. And it's only because I'm adding the fact that, and I don't want to straw man your argument. Kind of sounds like a steel man to me. But you want the little white kids so you can whip them across their back. What do you want to do with them babies? And I ain't talking about in no disgusting way. I'm just talking about you talking about they need to be unalived because ours was unrightfully like who gonna be doing this? Where how you gonna do it? Is you just gonna put them in a pail and throw a grenade over there to them? Is you gonna look each of these babies in their eyes and do the deed? What like come on, you got to be a certain type of despicable. You got to be a certain type of despicable to want to do this and take part in this. I got to stop thinking about that. Let me get back to this argument. Mm. If my grandfather plants an orchard, I may enjoy the fruit from the trees that I never planted. True. If my grandfather burns down the orchard, I may inherit the empty land from which he burnt the orchard down from. True. Either way, I inherit the consequences. The question before us has never been where the consequences travel. The question is whether personal moral guilt travels in exactly the same manner. Does it? Those are two entirely different propositions that I had to break down before I could give you a viable answer. Because if we fail to keep those ideas separate, we'll end up confusing justice with circumstances. And I think this might be one of the points that Omar keeps tangling up when I do my real in-depth analysis of what we have here. Omar might just be confusing justice and circumstances, and not just Omar. The group who's teaching this to Omar and those people. A child born into poverty isn't guilty of creating that poverty. A child born into privilege isn't guilty simply because he was born into that privilege and that comfort. Circumstances only describe where we begin, but when it comes to moral the responsibility, this describes what ourselves choose to do in whatever condition we in. That distinction is what Ezekiel is about and what he unfolds with remarkable precision. Remarkable precision. And I want you to notice something else before we continue. This isn't a discussion between believers and unbelievers. This isn't a debate between science and religion. This isn't even a disagreement between two different Bibles. This is an eternal conversation within the scriptures themselves. God is explaining his own justice to his own people that he had the covenant in. This is what Ezekiel is explaining. What God is telling these people, no, y'all talking this, y'all saying this, no. That means we really don't have the ability to rush ahead and go to what we think the interpretation is before we allow Ezekiel to finish what his argument is. I got to be fair to the text. We got to let the prophet develop his case exactly as he intended. And that's why we started reading it. Because when he does, he arrives at one of the cleanest statements concerning individual accountability ever recorded in the Hebrew scriptures. For me, anyway. Because the sentence is so direct, it's kind of shaped theological discussions for centuries. It's also the sentence that stands at the center of my conversation with Omar, because once God speaks through those words, every interpretation claiming inherited personal guilt must explain how it remains consistent with the words that Ezekiel it's clobbering time. Punching bag has arrived in the mail. Let me get this box cut out so I can open the package. It's my new punching bag for tonight. And while we do that, I'll lead you to
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Yeah, man, we back. It's your boy Oli, and tonight we're continuing with part 4 of the Omar Muhammad Hebrew Challenge. This is part 4, and the main topic is the Bible against inherited guilt. Do children bear the sins of their father? Shout out Omar. He in the box. I'm trying to open it. As soon as he come up, that means I got the box open. It's a lot of tape. I don't know where the gym ordered this specific punching bag from, but it feels kind of heavy. It feels full of shit. And so we're going to punch on it. Omar, you know you're always welcome to come up whenever you're ready. I know you might just be getting off work, and I ain't rushing. Because every time you come up, you always interrupt my slides. And then somebody else will come up, and they start talking. And I'll let them finish. And then you tell me, come back. So tonight I'm going to stay here. We got Humble Mystic already up here. Humble, you got anything you want to say to anything I've said thus far? First 2 slides. Anything to speak on? Inherited guilt.
No, brother, you right on track. You right on track, my guy.
Got you. Let me see where I'm at on my slides. I think I'm on 3. Yeah. Say the soul that sinneth, it shall die. The son shall not bear the iniquity of the father, neither shall the father bear the iniquity of the son. Ezekiel 18:20. That's chapter 18, verse 20. For those who don't know, I'm pretty sure all of us are astute enough to know how to quote biblical books and verses. Omar had a dispute with me. Because I do got to say, a lot of people think when they're discoursing and dialecting or challenging people to things that a person may not be as well versed as they are. Some people just never talk about it. I never knew the importance of my Sunday school lessons. I always got the lesson, be good. I never really had to understand if I had to fight for if Jesus was alive or not, because I never had to fight for if the boy that cried wolf was alive or not in that story. I understood what the main reason for the story was and the purpose. of what that story did. And I know what the purpose of Jesus set on my heart. Do I think I need to be fighting about was he real? So that's why we shouldn't be doing what he's doing, or that's why we should be doing. I know I should be doing some of those things, mainly helping the children and the widows, and not messing with anyone's comfortability. He don't say it in those words, of course, but I do. But we're talking about the Hebrew Israelites' specific interpretation of the Holy Bible. Helios Biblios. But that's a whole nother argument too. I ain't gonna even get on the Bible. Because we've arrived at the point where we understand that the Lord doesn't stop speaking through illustrations and begin speaking through principles. Everything we discussed thus far has been preparation. The proverb exposed the people's way of thinking. God rejected the proverb as an explanation of his justice. Now he explains why, beginning in verse 5. So let me go back. I read it, but we're going to read it again. Pull it up. Add to the stage for Omar. Let me go to it so I can see it and move it and read it. We went to verse 21 to get the context, but now, as you see here, Ezekiel at this moment does something remarkably methodical. He doesn't merely state a conclusion, he builds an argument. He asked us to imagine 3 generations. First, there's a righteous father. This man is described as someone who does what is lawful and right. He doesn't worship idols. He doesn't oppress his neighbor. He doesn't steal. He feeds the hungry. He clothes the naked. He refuses to exploit the poor. He conducts himself according to the commandments of God. The Lord's verdict concerning this individual, and this is Bible, bully, Bible, not interpretation. He is just. He shall surely live. Notice that judgment rests upon the man's own conduct. And then Ezekiel gets real methodical on you. He changes the picture for you. He says, suppose the righteous man has a son, but this son doesn't imitate his father's righteousness. Instead, he becomes violent. He sheds blood. He worships idols. He oppresses the poor. Got Omar in here. Omar, I add you to the stage, but right now we're doing Bible. So if you can hold on for just a second, I'll let you up when I finish with this. I'll let you speak. No, that wouldn't be fair. Go ahead, Omar. I know you up here. Go ahead and say what's up, because I don't want to be rude like that.
Come on, God, answer me.
Hey, man, don't be playing that, Omar. Omar.
Are the innocent dead?
Omar. Frank Castle, you gonna get us strikes. Can you just tell us
what I talked about this earlier today? Yo, why? And I apologize, Quantum, but Why we gotta keep reminding y'all that y'all can't do stuff like that? Y'all gonna get us strikes. We shouldn't have to keep reminding y'all that you can't play certain things or you can't say certain things because YouTube will strike our page. At this point, it's like y'all don't even care no more. Y'all just coming up here doing whatever y'all want to do. We ain't about to keep taking that, bro. I apologize, Quantum. Go ahead, brother.
It's messed up, man. Frank Castle has no authority in the first place. I know he asked the question. Frank Castle asked that question. God, why does the innocent die while the guilty still lives? And then Frank Castle proceeds to individually make everybody that's a part of the organization that had something to do with his family's death. We know what this is. You don't have to keep playing that. Plus, you appealing to an authority that's a comic. First, Frank Castle is a imaginary build of a person. And the Frank Castle can't save you from this. When I say this, let me get up here real quick, Omar. I know you're trying to get out of it. I got you hanging by your neck. I know you're trying to get out of it. Come on, Omar. You know you don't have to do it like that. No matter what I do, no matter what I say, in the end, you still gonna follow what you follow. I'm still gonna believe what I believe. Audio gets tagged, video gets tagged. You know it. You know Frank Castle has money behind him. So anybody that plays his stuff, you got to pay Frank Castle. You ain't paid Frank Castle. Go pay Frank Castle and get the rights to that, and then you can come up here and play it all you want. Until then, you need to find somebody else to present the fact of that argument or the point of that argument, because Frank Castle gets no play. You can even go find the script to that movie and find where he said and put that up here. Let us read the script. We don't have to hear Dolph Lundgren acting like he the American Punisher. You listen. I know it hurt. It hurts. Just come up here and take it. Stop being outrageous. Stop doing things that's going to get us strikes or that's going to get you. You don't have to be irate. If you don't want to partake in this anymore, just tell me. Say, Oli, just stop. Because now we all off topic, all off center. I would suggest you start trying to sell comic books. Do you follow the same religion that Frank Castle follows? I don't understand what you're doing. I think you got a good point, and you're going to say that we don't want you to play that because it proves nothing. You want us to hear somebody else saying the quote like that person is important to us. He's not. Frank Castle's name is nowhere in the Bible. God is the punisher. Bring God's words. Bible. That's what I'm bringing you. You the bully. What you need Ralph London to help you for? Playing the Punisher, who's really Frank Castle. who was written by, the comic book man. I can't even think his name right now. And his friends. I can't even let you up now. Because judgment has been placed. And they said from the chat you came to the chat you still return. I'm going to let you sit backstage, though. But you're just going to have to react in the chat. Damn, Omar. Don't worry. Tuesday will pass because it is Tuesday. And then Wednesday, you can come back up and go ahead, leave Frank Castle wherever the fuck he was at. Don't bring Frank Castle back up.
Hey, yo, Quantum, you is hilarious, bro.
My bad. But no, man, I know what I believe I know what he's doing. If you want it to stop, just say it hurts. We're supposed to be discoursing. You trying to get the channel took down.
What happens when a Christian preacher's son starts asking questions nobody wants answered? What if faith and science were never supposed to be enemies? This isn't another religious book, and it's not another angry attack on belief. This is a wake-up call. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity by A1 Richardson takes you on a mind-bending journey through scripture, psychology, science, energy, cause and effect, vibration, polarity, rhythm, and the universal law shaping your everyday life. Why do people sabotage themselves and blame God? Why do we ignore patterns then act shocked by consequences? Why are so many trapped doing what we call crazy work? This book challenges everything you thought you knew about spirituality, reality, and yourself. No fake certainty, no church cliches, no blind obedience. Just raw honesty, deep reflection, and practical wisdom for people caught between the pulpit, the laboratory, and real life. Whether you're deconstructing your faith, spiritually curious, tired of shallow answers, or searching for sanity in a chaotic world, this book was written for you. Read it with an open mind, read it with courage, read it before life forces you to learn the hard way. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity. Stop doing crazy work and wake up to the patterns shaping your life now.
Yeah, man. And the pattern is Omar is real big, and he what can I say? Follows the doctrine of the Punisher and Frank Castle. Now, this is a new Hebrew outlook that I didn't know they had. Now, let me stop. I can't be saying that because this is Omar's personal interpretation. I'm sure this isn't all the Hebrews. I don't know if anybody from the Hebrew camps has offered Frank Castle as a reason to follow the Hebrew Israelites. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that Frank Castle might not be of the right persuasion to even have any say on Hebrew doctrine. I got to tell you, Omar Shalaki, I can't let you. You got to be in the chat, man, because you keep trying to play. Why you didn't bring Ezekiel up here? You brought Frank Castle. I brought Ezekiel. You brought Frank Castle when you could have brought anybody from the Bible. You could have brought anybody from Adam to who? John wrote the last book in the Bible, so I guess from Adam to Revelation, from Genesis to Revelation, you could have picked anybody, and you picked Frank Castle. This is what I'm saying, Omar. Your reasoning is I can't bring you back up, Omar. I've been told by the people over me that, and I'm gonna let you see what they said. See, y'all don't think the consequences are supposed to be bared. You think you can talk yourself out of it. I asked you not to do it. The first night I did it unmistakably and got us a strike. So it's really me. Now it's just like somebody do something to me that's enough that I think they need consequences, but they go to jail. And they say, you gonna do anything, Jermaine? If you're gonna do something, we can't let you in the courtroom. And I say, nah, I ain't gonna do nothing. Then I go right up in there and do exactly what I lied to them and told them I wasn't gonna do. No. When I see the patterns of incoherence, I gotta stop. I told you. So now you say you corrected. You can stand corrected from the chat. Omar says he stands corrected, and I can have the flow back. I don't know. I'm not here to hear the doctrine of Frank Castle, man. Frank Castle. I'm trying to get to the bottom of should I be a Hebrew Israelite or not? And you fucking telling me you want me to be from the Justice League with Frank Castle. Oh no, Frank Castle ain't from the Justice League. He Marvel, ain't he? I guess I'd be the Lone Avenger. Ain't the Punisher the Lone Avenger? I don't know. Next, you're going to bring up the Daredevil, talking about how you can't see, but you still hear the sounds of God's voice. You know what? That was a great feat. Jay Snake. Shout out Jay Snake in the chat. He said he should get a Titans the Belt League honorary title belt by being the only one to defeat Roy Chess and have him actually admit defeat. And he did. Roy Chess hadn't read that a black hole has been observed. And it's a real shot to Roy Chess because it's a lot of things that I believe he haven't read where it comes to updating. And maybe that's still why he reasons with Aristotelian vigor. But yeah, shout out Jay Snake for real. Now back to one said no. What about the bet? About the belt? What? I mean, Coliseum of Arguments said no. Oh, he talking to Omar. Yeah, Omar ain't coming up. He know that. Omar know he messed up for tonight. I'm glad you did it early, so I didn't have to hear any of your argument tonight. I'm gonna let you go first, Wednesday. Wednesday, Omar, you get to go first. So you get your presentation and stuff ready. You probably got something. I'm gonna tell you now. Frank Castle can't pray for you and get you out of this. So don't bring Frank Castle. And you can quote Frank Castle all you want. You can bring the comic book where he say that. You can bring the script of the movie where he say that. Don't bring that voice, anybody's audio or video. If you'd like to, let us see it before we go live, and then we can tell you if we can use it or not. It's crazy. It's like degradation of the mental capacity of that which is you. You know you ain't supposed to be doing that. When you go fight, you don't put your hands down when you know you fighting. Why? Because you've been taught to put your hands up because it helps you. Why would I walk in and let you up here? That's letting my keeping my hands down because I really can't physically put them up. And I give you the opportunity to be talking, Oli, yeah. And then next thing you hear, why has God, Frank Castle. We don't want Frank Castle up here, man. And I can't do it for the sake of the league. And so we got to get back to what we was talking about, man. We was talking about Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 5. Yep, this happened tonight, Jay Snake, just probably a few minutes before you got on. I was speaking, you know how I be waiting for Omar to come up. Omar came up and immediately pressed play, and all you could hear, God. Just shout out Dolph Lundgren. All I could hear was God. Frank Castle. After A1 done told him, I asked him. He got it off one night. Yeah. Shalaki. Sorry. Shalaki, bruv. But, you know, it's consequences. See, and that's what I think is wrong with the world. The consequences. He trying to get us, and listen, Jay, I think you'd be mad if you understand that he making it where we might not even be able to have a show for y'all to have some entertainment and gain a little bit of information that you could use as good knowledge. Damn. See, and this is what I'm talking about. Omar, should everybody be punished for what you did? No. Somebody can come up right now and I'll let them right here up on this stage, right in your face. You know why? Because you have to know the consequences in the man, why would I keep somebody else off the stage? Because what Omar did. Now I'm tying this back into what we're talking about. Because Ezekiel, as I told you, he talked about the righteous man, but then he switched to a son that doesn't imitate his father's righteousness. Instead, he becomes violent. He sheds blood. He worships idols. He oppresses the poor. He commits robbery. And he ignores God's commandments. In short, he chooses a completely different path from the one his father walked. The question naturally arises. Will the Father's righteousness save the Son? God's answer is immediately no. The Son's wickedness belongs to the Son. The righteous life of the Father can't save the Son. You know, these days, especially when you're alive, if you got enough money, you might can pay for a favor, something, especially legally. But when we talk about the good justice of God, it's a different type of judgment that's going on. Notice what determines the judgment. It isn't ancestry. It isn't conduct, not bloodline. It isn't behavior. But Ezekiel, he isn't finished. Now he asked us to imagine a third generation. Suppose this wicked son has a son that isn't wicked. The grandson grows up watching his father's corruption. He sees the violence. He sees the injustices. He sees the idolatry. He understands the path that his father's taken. Then he makes a decision. He refuses to repeat what his father has done. He chooses righteousness instead. Now the question becomes unavoidable. Will the grandson die because of the sins of the father? This is the moment toward which the entire chapter has been moving. The Lord answers this. Yet say ye, why? Doth not the son bear the iniquity of the father? When the son hath done that which is lawful and right, and hath kept all my statutes and have done them, he surely shall live. The soul that sinneth, it shall die. The son shall not bear the iniquity of the father, neither shall the father bear the iniquity of the son. The righteousness of the righteous shall be upon him, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be upon him. It's Ezekiel 18, verses 19 and 20. King James Version of the Bible. Now, I want to slow down because these two verses deserve careful attention. Notice what God didn't say. He didn't say families don't influence one another. He didn't say children don't suffer because of their parents. He didn't say history suddenly disappears. He said something much more precise. He separated moral accountability from family lineage. Listen to the language again. The soul that sinneth, not the grandfather, not the grandson, not the tribe, not the nation, the individual soul that sinneth. The emphasis is placed upon the individual moral agent. Then he says, the son shall not bear the iniquity of the father. That sentence is astonishingly direct. God doesn't leave room for ambiguity. Not about who bears the father's iniquity and who's going to suffer. The son doesn't, nor does the father bear what the son does. Responsibility doesn't flow backwards. Responsibility actually doesn't flow forward. It belongs to the person whose actions are under the consideration of what we're talking about. Then comes perhaps the most balanced sentence in the chapter. The righteousness of the righteous shall be upon him, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be upon him. Notice the symmetry. Righteousness isn't inherited, neither is wickedness. No. If righteousness could simply pass through bloodlines, then every child of the righteous man would automatically stand righteous before God. But as I look at it, man, the scripture says something totally different. If wickedness automatically passes through bloodlines as personal moral guilt, then every descendant of the wicked man would stand condemned before God regardless of his own conduct. The scripture don't say that. It refuses to say that. The principle worked both ways. And that's important. Throughout history, people often have been tempted to inherit virtue from their ancestors while refusing to inherit guilt. Other people have wanted to inherit victimhood while assigning inherited blame to someone else. But the Bible allows for neither of those. God refuses both shortcuts. Every individual stands before him as a moral agent. Now, I want to address something that often gets overlooked. None of this denies that the grandson may still suffer because of his father's actions, not while he's alive. If the father squandered the family's estate, the grandson may grow up poor. If the father destroyed the family's reputation, the grandson may carry that burden. If the father left his nation in ruins, the grandson may spend his entire life rebuilding what was broken. Those consequences are unfortunately real, painfully. And Ezekiel doesn't deny that, and neither do I. I don't think any smart person would. But what Ezekiel does is draw a line that we can't erase. The grandson may inherit the effects of his father's choices. He doesn't inherit the moral guilt of making those choices. Those are two different inheritances. One belongs to history, the other belongs to justice. And unless we keep those categories distinct, we'll eventually confuse suffering with culpability. The same way that we might just be misidentifying justice with consequences. Omar has argued that because Israel was judged nationally, collectively, punishment is part of God's justice. I understand why he says that, but Ezekiel asked us to examine a different question. When God judges an individual soul, what standard does he use? According to this chapter, the answer isn't ancestry. It isn't genealogy. It isn't tribal identity. It isn't even the righteousness or wickedness of the people's parents. God examines individuals standing before him. That's what I recognize, and that's a profound principle. In fact, it's so profound that if someone wishes to argue for inherited personal moral liability, the burden now becomes much heavier. It isn't enough to point to national judgments to say that we should be evil. It isn't enough to point to historical consequences to say that we should be evil. And if you do, you must explain how that conclusion harmonizes with one of the cleanest declarations God has ever made concerning individual accountability. Yeah, I'm holding you. I know you agree with us, Omar. You thought you was gonna slide on up in there and we was gonna let you keep doing it. No, you do it all the time, even before we started this. I accept your apology. I ain't letting you back up though. There's really no apology needed because you did what you did on purpose. Because Frank Castle, I guess, is your apostle now. Is Frank Castle your elder? Frank Castle, an elder within One West? I'm gonna find out. I'm doing my investigation.
Can I say something real fast, brother Quantum?
I can fuck with you too because you ain't up here.
Is no need for the brother to apologize because he was given the same instructions yesterday. It ain't like this is something new. He didn't know.
I wish he was up here discoursing with
none of that.
Much better.
Clearly, can you hear me, Quantum?
because they all have to listen to my. But if we're talking about accountability, anyway, in the first place, you as a Hebrew Israelite should not be upset that you are being punished. What's up, Humble? I think I seen your hand raised.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I couldn't hear you. What you say? Hold on, hold
Okay.
on. Hold on.
Oh,
My
you
speaker
couldn't
was
hear
off.
me.
I
I
didn't know
wanted
my
to know if
speaker
you
had
can
cut
hear
off.
me because I was talking. Can you hear me now?
Okay, go ahead.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. I said there's no use for the brother to apologize because it's not like the brother didn't know he couldn't do this. I already told him the other day, last night, that he couldn't do this. He tried to come up. I just want to play something quiet. I kept telling him you can't do that. So I don't know what make him think that he can come over here today and do what I told him that he couldn't do yesterday. That ain't no warrant for no apology for that. That's not an accident. That's not a mistake. You knew what you was doing because I warned you about it yesterday. I land my plane. I just wanted to bring that out there, brother Quantum. That no, ain't no accepting no apologies for something that you doing on purpose. If you did it by accident, okay, that's one thing. But now you up here, you doing it on purpose after we done told you that you can't do that. That's a whole nother thing. You don't get no apology accepted for that. Go ahead, brother Quantum. I just wanted to bring that up there.
And I'm telling you, I'm just telling you, you giving me an extra factor to argue at, you bringing Frank Castle in here, and now you giving me extra. See, I think y'all don't even really, I ain't gonna say y'all, Omar, because I know, I guess Occam's razor say prove something with as least assumptions as possible, with as least tools as possible. You giving me another person to show how incoherent that view is. Frank Castle is incoherent. He's a, um, a character in a book who tries to use real life situations to profess one, either entertainment. And I don't think like Frank Castle was telling everybody to dress up, put a Punisher sign on their fronts, and use real guns. You know, it's cool at cosplaying and stuff. But you trying to cosplay the scripture with Frank Castle. God, why? No, come on. I'm like, hey, one, you really trying to play in our face. But don't worry. It only gets worse. And in the end, as I said, yeah, you did say you stood corrected. But that's just like when you get in a whooping and your mama say, didn't I tell you not to do it? Yeah, mama. She don't stop whooping you until she feel like you get the point. It hurts. It hurt. Mankind said it best. It hurts. I know it hurt, Omar. But as we stated, 24 hours, you'll be back ready for Freddie. And I think that's even better. Maybe you can go back and watch the videos and give a complete rebuttal on the first four sections. Because we still have 6 more sections. And I only dive deeper into the text, and then I dive into the actual people who you wanted me to, which is One West Justice and who they are. And shout out to the One West. Y'all about to get y'all 15 minutes. But I want y'all to also know, too, it doesn't stop here. We got something for everybody. Christians, Muslims, Hindus alike. I'm taking it upon myself to analyze each and every one of those and find the incoherences and point them out. I think that really needs to be done so we won't have any special pleading for our reasoning. Uh, Dang, I'm caught in the chat. My bad, y'all. I gotta get out this chat. Let me get on to this information, man. I'm out of the chat. I'm not gonna look at the chat no more. Y'all handle that. Cause it's breaking me up on my. Like I said, shout out Omar. I just can't bring you back up, but you're welcome to sit backstage, right here. Um, take these shots, man, so you can get healthy. Clearing you of all mentally transmitted infections that they got you with. To let you back up here would only show a cognitive dysfunction that I would be having, and insulting my own intelligence. Because I know you're gonna do something else if you don't play Frank Castle. You fuck around and play Peter Parker, and Peter Parker, when his uncle passed, now you're telling me with great power comes great responsibility, but you're gonna have Peter Parker. I can't bring you back up. You ain't gonna fool me again. I can't let you do it. But let me get back to where we was. Because in the scripture, we was talking about Ezekiel. At this moment, he was speaking for the Lord. So I guess he had been, I don't want to say possessed, but he was speaking for the Lord at this moment. And God is declaring to him that Israel shouldn't use the proverb anymore of sour grapes. And God was very adamant about individuals taking personal accountability as opposed to inherited accountability. One must explain how the conclusion that someone should suffer for the wrongs of their ancestors is God justice. When God justice right here in Ezekiel, and Ezekiel is speaking as the Lord at this time. How is he talking about individuals and you telling me that nations should be? As I pointed out in my first two parts of this, I showed a form of what I thought divine judgment should be, and divine judgment didn't need to substitute race in for individuality. I showed what human justice would look like. It required restoration and retribution and what is it called? Reinstatement of dignity, reparations. But it never needed a racial overtone to find out a viable formula. This is why I really believe he never saw the formulas in those first two slides, because it might be hard to fathom an actual divine justice if you want somebody to have to be punished. And I think that's where we go awry. Because, nah, man. And I think God agreed here. And it doesn't only appear here in Ezekiel. It's woven throughout the rest of Scripture. And so if the law teaches the same principle, If Israel's own legal system was built upon it, then Ezekiel isn't introducing something new. He's reminding Israel of something they should have known long time ago. So now we have to turn our attention. Let me get to my slides. The law before the prophets. Let me look at my slide. Sorry, I got to keep changing this, y'all. Just got to make sure I keep the scripture up there for Omar, so Omar won't say that I'm cheating. The moral chain is broken when the successor refuses to imitate ancestral wickedness. Now, if Ezekiel stood alone, someone might argue that his words represent an isolated theological opinion. They might say perhaps Ezekiel simply understood justice differently than Moses. Perhaps he introduced a new ideal during the Babylonian captivity. And that argument would deserve consideration if Ezekiel truly stood alone on this topic. And he doesn't. The principle that we just examined didn't begin with Ezekiel. Ezekiel was reminding Israel of something they had already been given centuries before. And so to understand his argument completely, we have to leave Babylon for a moment and travel back to the wilderness where Israel first received the law through Moses. When people think about the law of Moses, they imagine commandments concerning sacrifices, dietary regulations, holy days, and ceremonial worship. And those certainly occupy an important place within the Torah. Yet woven throughout those laws are principles of justice that reveal how God expected his own people to govern themselves. And among those principles is one that bears directly upon the question that we have been talking about and trying to analyze. It appears in Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 17. I'll read it from the King James Version. The father shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin. And then I like to read that final sentence one more time because it just, some things you try to reason with and they're so simple and plain that you reasoning with it and trying to make it something else makes it something else, and it's absurd. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin. Point blank. Bible. That language is direct. Look at it, how direct that language is. There's no qualifications, no exceptions that they list. No distinction is being made from rich people to poor people, princess to servant, elder and child. It ain't talking about one thing. It seems to be a universal standard. Every man, his own sin. Listen, let's think real carefully about what that law is actually saying. Moses isn't discussing inheritance. He isn't discussing property, He ain't discussing ceremonial worship. He's discussing criminal justice. The question before Israel's judges was straightforward. When a crime has been committed, who bears legal responsibility? The answer is equally straightforward. The person who commits the crime, not his father, not his son, not his daughter or grandchild. The guilty party answers for the guilty act. And it sounds ordinary because it's shaped much of what we know as the legal system that we abide by. But we should always also remember how revolutionary it was in the ancient world, because many ancient civilizations practiced collective punishment. Entire households could suffer because of one person's actions. Entire villages could experience retaliation because of the conduct of a few people. Royal families rose and fell together. Blood feuds stretched across generations. And so justice often operated through kinship rather than individual responsibilities. But against that backdrop, the law of Moses established something remarkably precise. The judge wasn't permitted to substitute one family member for another. Justice had to reach the person responsible. Think about what that means. Okay, let's suppose a man commits murder. His father can't be executed in his place. His son can't be executed because his father's crime. The family name doesn't determine guilt. His ancestry doesn't determine guilt. His personal actions is what determines his guilt. This ain't just a good legal policy, because according to scripture, this is actually God's law. They weren't regulations invented by philosophers. They weren't recommendations offered by kings. These things were commandments given to Israel as part of the covenant itself. So then I'd have to ask a question. And I ask it with genuine respect because I believe it deserves an honest answer. And this is why I'm so mad that you came up. God, why did you play the punt? I can't stand it. Now I don't even like Frank Castle. They done switched him from a comic book to a Hebrew Israelite. And he determines what judgment looks like. And his name is the Punisher. How can you be the judge and you the one doing the punishment? Oh, you judge, jury, and executioner. Okay, I get you. Now I got it. That gives it a little more lens. A little more lens quality. A little more lens quality. But if God instructs Israel's human judges never to punish children for the crimes of their fathers, what reason do we have for believing that God's own perfect justice would abandon that very principle? Have you thought about that, Omar? I don't know. Please hear what I'm saying. I'm not saying God is limited by human courts. Of course, he's not. God sees what no judge can see. He knows every motive. He knows every hidden intention. He knows every act that escaped earthly justice. His knowledge is infinitely greater than ours. But that isn't the issue. The issue is the consistency. Why would the perfect judge establish one principle for imperfect human judges, only to employ the opposite principles for himself? Oh man, I'm talking about the paradoxes that come up when you ask the question in these ways. Like he telling Israel how to judge individuals for their individual folly. And yet you still telling me that perfect judgment is different than an individual being accountable for what they did. Now I know you might say, well, that's only speaking about Israel's civil courts. Very well. That's cool. Let's grant that observation for the sake of this discussion. Even if the law directly addresses Israel's judges, we must still ask another question. Why would God require Israel's judges to imitate one model of justice if his own justice operates according to a fundamentally different model? Wouldn't we expect Israel's courts to reflect, however imperfectly, the character of what God they served? Throughout the scriptures, God repeatedly calls Israel to imitate his righteousness. It's not like the judges were free to invent justice. They were just there to administer judgment and justice according to God's revealed standard. And that revealed standard, see, that's why this passage carries so much weight. It doesn't tell Israel just how to be governed. It reveals something about the moral architecture underlining God's covenant with his people. And that brings us back to the conversation that led us here. During my discussion with Omar, he argued that innocent Israelites suffered alongside guilty Israelites. I agree. History demonstrates that national consequences often encompass entire populations. But this passage asks us to distinguish carefully between two different kinds of judgment. There is national consequences. There is personal accountability. The first may involve an entire nation. The second may belong to an individual. But those categories aren't interchangeable. That's why you keep on trying to make it fit and it doesn't. Suppose an invading army captures your city, okay? Everybody inside the walls suffers from that capture. The righteous merchant loses his livelihood. The faithful widow loses her home. The innocent child loses his parents. The consequences spread across the population without asking whether each individual caused the catastrophe is it's a no-brainer. We know history often works that way. But if after the invasion, the judge gathers the survivors into a courtroom, the question changes completely. He's no longer asking who suffered. He's asking who committed the offense. Those are two different questions. One concerns consequences, the other concerns guilt. And I believe that distinction is blurred in too many of the discussions, including me and Omar's, when we talk about divine justice. When we fail to separate consequences from culpability, we begin treating suffering itself as proof of guilt. The scriptures refuse to make that mistake. The law refuses to make that mistake. And as we've seen earlier, Ezekiel refuses to make that mistake. So now the evidence begins to accumulate, right? We have a prophet declaring that the son shall not bear the iniquity of the father. We have the law declaring that every man shall answer for his own sin. The principle then isn't just isolated. It's being revealed as a pattern throughout history. The question now becomes even more compelling. Was this merely legal idea that Israel was failing to practice? Or do we actually find Israel obeying this command when justice was administered? And only then. Well, guess what, people? Fortunately, the Bible doesn't leave us to have to speculate. It records an occasion when a king stood at precisely that crossroads. He proposed that the authority should punish an entire family. Instead, he deliberately refused to do so. And the reason he refused is one of the most enlightening moments in the history of biblical justice. And that king was Amaziah. And Amaziah's decision is the next step. Let me get to my slides. Escape. Slide 5. The king who obeyed the law. See, it's not all make that back big again so I can see it. Yeah, man, it's not all peaches and cream because the principle must work both ways. And we've been examining principles up to this point. We read about Ezekiel as he explained individual responsibility. We looked at the commandments in Deuteronomy that Moses was given, declaring that the fathers weren't to be put to death for the sins of the children, nor the children for the sins of the fathers. And for me, those passages establish the standard. But a reasonable question still fills the void and still has to be answered. Was this merely an idea? Was it simply a law written on parchment that Israel ignored when difficult situations arose? Or do we actually find this principle governing real discussions and decisions that were made by real leaders and kings and judges under real circumstances? And fortunately, the scripture answers that question for us. And how do they answer that question? They introduce King Amaziah. Now, you'll find Amaziah's story in, I believe it's the second book of Kings, chapter 14. And then Chronicles chapter 25 talks about Amaziah also. And these two chapters give you historical details that differ slightly because each writer emphasizes different aspects of Amaziah's reign. But if you put them together, they will present an important moment in Israel's legal history. Amaziah came to the throne during a turbulent period. His own father, King Joash, had been assassinated by conspirators. Now imagine the scene for a moment. The king has been murdered. The kingdom has lost its ruler. And the new king is about to ascend to the throne. If there was ever a moment of emotion when it might overcome justice, then this story right here is, for me, where it happened. Because human nature would have whispered, destroy everyone connected with the conspiracy, make an example of the families, let no one ever dare attempt such a thing again. That kind of thinking wasn't uncommon in the ancient world. And in many kingdoms, when a ruler was overthrown, entire household disappeared with him. Sons were executed because of their fathers, brothers died because of one man's crime, entire bloodlines were erased to prevent future revenge. History is filled with those examples. Had Amaziah followed the customs of surrounding nations, uh, few people would have survived. They would have been surprised when he came in doing that. Instead, he did something for me that seemed extraordinary. The writer tells us that once his kingdom had been firmly established, Amaziah ordered the execution of the men who had murdered his father. Notice that carefully. He punished the guilty. I can see Amaziah kind of being Frank Castle. God, why do the guilty still live while the innocent suffer? See, he ain't the only one asked this question. But let me show you what Amaziah did to prove that there's a more decent way to conduct yourself. Second Kings, we see that the narrative makes a point of telling us something that's important because it inspired the writer to pause the story to explain why Amaziah acted as he did. And that's in 2 Kings 14th chapter 6th verse. And it records, but the children of the murderers he slew not, according unto which is written in the book of the law of Moses, wherein the Lord commanded, saying, the fathers shall not be put to death for the children, nor the children be put to death for the fathers, but every man shall be put to death for his own sin. This is what the Bible says. I don't want y'all to pass by that too quickly now. But the children of the murderers he slew not. It's talking about Amaziah. According to that which was written in the book of the law of Moses, wherein the Lord commanded, saying, the father shall not be put to death for the children, nor the children be put to death for their fathers. But every man shall be put to death for his own sin. The Bible didn't simply tell us what Amaziah did. It told us why he did it. He restrained himself because the law of God didn't permit that to happen. It restrained him. His emotions may have demanded one thing, his authority may have allowed another, but God's law drew a line that even the king didn't cross. You done crossed the line. Not even the king crossed that. That's remarkable when you talk about biblical justice. Think about the temptation that Amaziah faced. You know it was. His father was dead. The conspirators had robbed him, not only of a parent, but of a king. His daddy was the king first. He had a king. They shake the stability of the nation itself. Reminds me of when Caesar said we got to protect Trump in that office. But that's a whole nother story. They had shaken the stability of the nation when they killed the king. If anyone had reason to seek broad retaliation, Amaziah certainly had reason to do that. Yet when he looked at the children of the murderers, he refused to hold them accountable for the crimes they hadn't committed. Why? Because they shared the same blood with the guilty man. But that isn't why he didn't kill him. No. Because they bore the same family last name? No. Because they benefited from the conspiracy? The text don't say that either. Bible. Instead, the scripture gives one reason and one reason alone. The children weren't the ones who committed the murder. Come on. Omar. Do y'all even read these scriptures? That's why they lived. We got to appreciate how significant that decision really was. It wasn't an act of mercy replacing justice. Justice was carried out. The guilty died. What Amaziah refused to do was transform justice into vengeance. There is no profound difference in vengeance and wrongdoing. But there's a profound difference in justice and vengeance. These are two completely different ideas. Justice seeks the guilty. Vengeance just expands guilt until it don't matter no more. We didn't kill them, like, oh. That's Frank Castle. He want vengeance. We don't want vengeance. We want justice. This is why you think that it ain't right, because you have the wrong idea about what justice is. And you confusing justice with vengeance and violence, punishment. This is why this passage matters to my discussion, to me and Omar's discussion, because Omar repeatedly asked the question, what about justice for our ancestors? What about justice for the babies who suffered? What about justice for those who died under slavery? And I have to say, those are serious concerns, real serious concerns that need real serious answers, and they do. And so we look and we see what Amaziah teaches us. Justice didn't require him to punish everyone connected to the guilt. Justice required him to identify the guilty accurately. That distinction is very foundation of righteous judgment. That's the very foundation of righteous judgment. Now, somebody might say, I know Omar, or somebody is just to say, but this concerns human courts, not God's eternal judgment. And I understand your objection. But let's assume that that's true for just one moment, okay? Because when we do that, you see another question immediately presents itself. Why would God command his earthly judges to imitate one standard of justice if his own justice operates according to the opposite standard? This is why I say self-defeat. You insulting your own intelligence on purpose. The judges, it ain't like they was free to create their own justice. Their judgments reflected the character of the laws that was given. That's why I say, for me, this actual one reveals the standard of justice that people deliberately resisted then and are trying to resist now by substituting somebody else's innocence for the guilt of the perpetrators. And the perpetrators can be handled because we have the power. When I say we, I'm talking about us as the Hebrew Israelites with God having the power. And remember too that this account of Amaziah doesn't stand alone. I mentioned two other times, so this make three, where we see that God himself and the agents of God in Amaziah actually called for individual accountability and could get it done. Now, this is the prophet Ezekiel. We got three different portions of the scripture in three different time periods by three different authors. Yet all 3 points go back to the same principle. The individual should answer for his own wrongdoings. At this point, the pattern is becoming difficult to ignore, Omar. But we ain't finished. There's still passages that some readers believe teach inherited guilt, and those passages deserve to be examined too, with exactly the same honesty we've been given these. So we won't strengthen our case by avoiding difficult texts. We'll strengthen it by facing them directly. And before we do that, however, we must allow another prophet to speak, man. Centuries after Moses and alongside Ezekiel himself, another voice arose in Israel. His name was Jeremiah. No, not the bullfrog. And remarkably, Jeremiah returned to the same proverb with which we began. So when two prophets separated by difficult circumstances arrive at the same principle, it's time to pay very close attention. And that's where we'll turn our attention to next. And this is real big because we're going to have to turn our attention back to this. When we get down to it and through it. Let me see. Real quick. while we're here at a break, it's nothing like.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
Before we continue, Omar says, Oli, you keep mentioning the Israelites and holding them accountable, but you have not mentioned the so-called white man and holding them accountable for putting our people in slavery for hundreds of years. Hold on, Omar. We only on part 4. I know it hurts. It hurts. They're going to get believe me, they're going to get their time on the stage. Everybody gets their time to shine. They part of that question. I'm not going to skip no steps. If I skip steps and go there, you'll go back down. That's why I made this a 10-part series, because I wanted you to see the method that I used to talk about just that. The Israelites holding them accountable, the white man holding them accountable. But I done something better also. I'm trying to decide if we can hold the people responsible accountable. And you don't like that, because the people who are actually responsible are Israel first. They're the ones who went into that covenant. Don't get mad at me. You want the shot or not? You want to be healthy or not? I know it hurt. You could have been up here on the stage too, but you decided to bring that white man, Frank Castle. Come on, Omar. Your argument ain't even valid since you brought Frank Castle. So I'm going to mention a white man and hold him accountable, okay? I'm going to mention Frank Castle and tell you he's accountable for you not being able to join me on the stage today, because the white man you hate so much, you wanted to play so bad. And I know you could have found Muhammad Ali or somebody saying something of the same thing. Probably not, because that would be coherent enough to know. Well, that's neither here or there. We're not going to go there. But yeah, this part 4. Yeah, why would I talk about the accountability of the white man right now when we're talking about the accountability of Israel? See, you don't want to be accountable, Omar, and I know it. Like I said, I believe you want to if history was changed, Omar would be in some of them pictures, you know, where they be having the slave hung and stuff, and them despicable pictures. Omar would be right on them pictures if if we had reverse racism. He'd be one of them people that's poking the body. I know you won't. I'm gonna make sure you don't bring Frank Castle up. I'm gonna bring him up from now on. You're gonna get tired of Frank Castle. Because I believe that you actually study the Hebrew Israelites through Frank Castle lens. Now you're gonna have to prove me wrong about that, but as I stated, the only reason you bring Frank Castle up is if you admired him and he meant the world to you. Let me on the stage to defend. You ain't got no premises. You ain't even presented no argument. You asked me a question. What would divine justice look like? So to bring you up here, you'd be starting something that ain't even happened yet, which is an argument. And we don't have an argument. You don't have any premises. You asked me to give you a formula. I told you I'd do better. I give you what divine justice and would look like without using any racial tensions. Um, I've decided that individual accountability, which seems to be the system that we've been working with for as long as I lived in this nation. I ain't gonna act like it's like that somewhere else, where the accountable parties always seem to have to be responsible. You're introducing, well, not introducing because it's somebody else's system, but it's new to me, so I guess I can't say you introducing an ideology that I don't know, it don't seem to fit right. So why I believe you that you won't ever bring Frank Castle back up, I just can't trust it. It's like going to a block that you ain't from, pulling out your pistol, shooting around at everybody over there, running, getting away. Go throw the pistol and then go back to the spot. But they still got guns over there. They're gonna shoot. That's what you're gonna do, Omar. You're gonna shoot Frank Castle. Maybe in an alternate universe, you are Frank Castle. Frank Castle, you, huh? Can you type? Can you type in the chat his words, Omar, so I can read it? I'm gonna read it just like Frank Castle did on that movie. Type them words in there. Now we mentioned Frank Castle for the rest of the night. I ain't gonna let you mention Frank Castle. I'ma mention it. Remember, he did this to you. It ain't even you. Frank Castle did that to you. Wait, what? Uh-oh. What happened to down Sonetta? Ah, Omar. Oh, oh. What happened to Dan Sonetta? I was watching Sonetta a little bit. $100. Damn, $100. Sonetta ain't even doing no challenge. Oh man. Oh man. I've been working for you. Oh man. Let's get back to it. Frank Castle. Excuse me, guys. I'm coughing. I need to grab me a water. Frank Castle, man. Frank Castle. Well, I'm gonna tell you one thing I know, and two for sure. Frank Castle ain't nowhere in the Bible. No words in the Bible. I, yeah, if I'm correct, which I believe I am, no words in the Bible say Frank. Um, might say Castle, but it ain't mentioned in the person. Uh, I'd be a fool. I want to let you up so bad, Omar, because of the person I am, but I can't do it. It's like I'd be going against my principles because I know what to expect on these type of platforms. And looking at the information, you're gonna want to bring Frank Castle, Tony Stark, uh, Peter Parker, and the rest of the Marvel universe characters, man. But they can't help you either. I can't let you up, bruh. You gonna say ninja a billion times. Yeah, and remember, this isn't punishment. It isn't judgment or nothing. This is you having to mentally work out to say, you know what, I'm gonna restrain myself from doing things that people ask me not to do. And people ask me plainly, could you please not do it? Don't bring your friend. Leave Frank Castle at home. The bully. Pull up. All black ride. Hop out. All black suit. Think he fits to go say what's up to him? Frank Castle jump out on the other side. I told you not to bring this. Nobby. You can't come to the party now. Take Frank home. Take Frank home. Come back to the club tomorrow. We not letting you in tonight. You brought Frank. We asked you not to. You know me. I'd have let you up because I'd have kicked you again. But my man said, don't let you up tonight. Saw silenced him after making an opinion on the debate he didn't watch, then kicked to the chat after he wouldn't came up. Then today told him support side and cash app. So, that's none of my business. Thank you though, Akira, for the information. I'm gonna just tell you right now. You could send me $200, Omar, and it wouldn't help you in this 10-part series, no doubt. That's why if I was you, I'd just chill. Just go ahead and chill for the night, take it in, get your slides and stuff ready for Wednesday, and come back. And like I said, I'll let you go first. Because we're only on slide 6 right now. And we're talking about Jeremiah. And so I think Jeremiah confirms the principle just as well, if not better, than anyone we've mentioned. Moses established the law in Deuteronomy. We listened to Ezekiel defend the law during one of the darkest periods in Israel's history. We've watched King Uzziah apply that law in a moment when vengeance would have been easier than justice. If those were the only witnesses and I only had those three things, for me, that evidence would already be substantial. But the scripture, the Bible, doesn't stop there. Another prophet living during the final years of Judah's kingdom and witnessed the same national collapse that Ezekiel would have addressed later, returns to exactly the same issue. And that prophet is none other than Jeremiah. And the remarkable thing isn't simply that Jeremiah speaks about judgment. Every prophet speaks about judgment. The remarkable thing is that Jeremiah returns to the very proverb with which Ezekiel began. Now, I would like you carefully and intensively to listen to the words of Ezekiel in chapter 31, beginning in verse 29. We read, "In those days they shall say no more, the fathers have eaten a sour grape, and the children's teeth are set on edge. But everyone shall die for his own iniquity. Every man that eateth the sour grape, his teeth shall set on edge." I want you to notice something extraordinary. Jeremiah merely doesn't just repeat Ezekiel. He announces the disappearance of the proverb. They shall say no more. Why? Because the proverb no longer provides an accurate explanation of God's judgment. Think about what that means. Two prophets speaking in the same generation during the same national catastrophe arrive at the same conclusion. And it ain't a coincidence that they arrived at the same conclusion. What that is called is consistency. Jeremiah isn't introducing a new doctrine, neither was Ezekiel. Both are reminded Israel is God's people, and God's justice has always been more precise than what the people can imagine. The proverb reflected people's frustration. It didn't accurately describe God's moral judgment. And let's consider the wording Jeremiah uses. He says, "Everyone shall die for his own iniquity." Not for another man's iniquity, not for his father's iniquity, not for his grandfather's iniquity, his own. The language is unmistakably personal. Again, I ask you to notice what Jeremiah doesn't deny. He doesn't deny that one generation influences another. He doesn't deny that history leaves scars. He doesn't deny that nations still suffer. But the Babylonian captivity itself proves otherwise. What he addresses is something far more specific. When God determines moral responsibility, whose sin is under examination? Jeremiah's answer is the same as Ezekiel's answer: your own. Your own. I have to point out something that often escapes our attention because we become so focused on the verses 29 and 30. Those verses aren't the destination of Jeremiah's argument, they're the doorway. Immediately after correcting the proverb, Jeremiah begins one of the greatest promises found anywhere in the Old Testament. Beginning in verse 31, he declares, "Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah." Now ask yourself this question. Why does Jeremiah place the promise of the new covenant immediately after correcting the proverb? I, I don't believe that's accidental, because the moment the passage comes into play, you see that the movement of the passage is toward beauty. The people had come to believe that their relationship with God was permanently defined by the failures of previous generations. But Jeremiah says, in effect, no. God is preparing to deal with people in a new way that emphasizes personal responsibility and personal knowledge of judgment. This is for him. This is the knowledge and the personal responsibility that you take when you know God. That's what that emphasizes. Listen to the language that follows. The Lord says, "I will put my law in their inward parts and write it in their hearts." Notice where the law is written now. Not merely on stone, not merely in national institutions or on walls. It reaches the individual heart. And then Jeremiah continues, "They shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest of them." Again, the emphasis falls upon the individual knowledge, individual relationship, individual accountability. The movement of Jeremiah's prophecy is remarkably consistent, very consistent. It moves away from explaining everything through collective identity and toward emphasizing individual standing before God. This is what matters. See, you being a Hebrew Israelite isn't going to take God's individual judgment of you away. I don't see how anybody could suppose this or even give this as a proposition. I'm not saying that Jeremiah abandons Israel as a nation, because he doesn't. The new covenant is still announced to the house of Israel and the house of Judah. The covenant has a corporate dimension. But within that covenant, Jeremiah repeatedly emphasizes the individual. Each person knows the Lord. Each person's sins are forgiven. Each person's heart becomes the place where God's law is written. The individual emphasizes what should harmonize as divine justice, especially with everything we've already examined. So at this point, I'd like to step back and look at the pattern that's beginning to emerge. Moses gives the law. The law declares that every man answers for his own sin. A king applies the law exactly as it is written. Ezekiel rejects the proverb that children bear the moral guilt of their fathers. And then Jeremiah turns around and rejects the same proverb and immediately points towards a covenant that places God's laws within the individual hearts. These aren't isolated statements scattered randomly throughout the scripture. These are interconnected witnesses. Each reinforces the others. So the challenge that was placed before me, where's the justice? That's a concerning question. He asked, what punishment should there be? That's also a concerning question. But I believe another question must be asked before either of those can be answered. Who is God holding morally responsible? Because unless the question is answered correctly, every discussion about punishment risks becoming misplaced. We're going to take judgment and, and really be talking about vengeance or retribution when we should be. Justice isn't merely about punishing someone, justice is about punishing the right someone. The distinction is what separates righteousness from revenge. And this is what we need. We need a distinction. And if the biblical patterns we've examined thus far is correct, then God's justice constantly moves towards identifying the individual responsible for the wrongdoing rather than simply identifying the family, the tribe, or the ancestry connected to the wrongdoing. Now, somebody might say, what about the New Testament? Surely these principles belong only to the Old Covenant. But if the New Testament abandons these principles, then my argument would weaken considerably. But if the New Testament repeats the same principle, if Jesus' apostles continues to teach that every individual stands before God according to his own deeds, then the pattern we've been tracing stretches from Moses to the prophets and into the earliest Christian teachings. And that's precisely where I have to turn my attention now, right? And so, change the slide. We come to chapter 6. Omar issuing another challenge to me. Damn, let me finish this challenge first. Um, we talking about Second Kings and Second Chronicles first, Omar. And I know this is gonna be hard questioning from the Old Testament to the New Testament. So it's a matter of fact, I really do. I think this would be a good place to stop right here, so Omar can because I don't want to put too much that first 6 slides, and I know we didn't get to finish um the last 3 slides of part 2. I think I had like 3 slides left. I mean, on part 3. This is part 4. So, um, I think that I should stop there because I don't believe Omar's position is simply that Israel was judged nationally. His position ultimately depends upon the belief that God's character doesn't change. And so, if that's true, then we'd expect the New Testament to continue teaching inherited personal guilt for God's standard of justice. And so, for the next parts of the series, we find that Omar actually has to let me know. And you can give it to me in the chat. But I got to know if you believe that God's character changes. And let me see. And so thanks for the main time and slides, bro. Help us go do the research ourselves. Yeah, I hear you, Akira. And that's all I'm doing, man. You know, it ain't like I'm trying to refute it. I'm very interested in if I could be a Hebrew Israelite. And so I got to examine these things to point to it. Omar keep trying to jump the gun and go places that he want to take me. But I can't let you take me there, Omar. When you get up on stage, you can. I would pull up Isaiah 14 and address it. But I think it would be better if you was here when I pulled it up to address it. Because there's nothing more how can I say it? Amazing than watching you squirm. Let me see. Isaiah. What was it? 14 verse 21. 14 21. Omar wants me to pull this up and address it, guys. Let me make sure I'm sharing my screen. Prepare a place to slaughter his children for the sins of their ancestors. They are not to rise to inherit the land and cover the earth with their cities. And I'm pretty sure that this is going to be talking about Israel. You seem to forget that Israel is cursed. And so let's jump to 14. The Lord will have compassion on Jacob. Once again, he will choose Israel and will settle them in their own land. Foreigners will join them and unite with the descendants of Jacob. Oh, nations will take them and bring them to their own place. And Israel will take possession of the nations and make them male and female servants in the Lord's land. They will make captives of their captors and rule over their oppressors. On the day that the Lord gives you relief from your suffering and turmoil and from the harsh labor forced on you, you will take up this taught against the king of Babylon. So now, after God done punished us for going against the covenant, we got to turn to the king of Babylon. So now we got to find out where Babylon is, but we'll do that later. How the oppressor has come to an end, how his fury has ended. The Lord has broken the rod of the wicked, the scepter of the rulers, which in anger struck down peoples with unceasing blows. Now, was this from God? Were they oppressed because of God, or did these people oppress them? That's my next question. And I believe it says, if we go back, that, yep, this is exactly what it says. Israel had sinned against God first, and these people were only God's tool in the punishment that Israel was supposed to do. This is why I can't be a part of it, man. It just becomes too incoherent. Even the junipers and the cedars of Lebanon gloat over you and say, now that you have been laid low, no one comes to cut us down. The realm of the dead below is all astir to meet you at your coming. It rouses the spirits of the departed to greet you, all those who are leaders in the world. It makes them rise from their thrones. All those who are kings over the nations, they will all respond. They will say to you, you also have become weak as we are. You have become like us. Everybody wants everybody to be weak. All your pomp has been brought down to the grave, along with the noise of your harps. Maggots are spread out beneath you, and worms cover you. How you have fallen from heaven, morning star, son of the dawn. You have been cast down to the nation, to the earth. You once laid low the nations. You said in your heart, I would ascend to the heavens. I will raise my throne above the stars of God. I will sit enthroned on the mount of assembly, on the utmost heights of Mount Zephon. I will ascend above the tops of the clouds. I will make myself like the Most High God. But you are brought down to the realm of the dead, to the depths of the pit. Those who see you stare at you. They ponder your fate. Is this the man who shook the earth and made kingdoms tremble? The man who made the world a wilderness? Who overthrew its cities and would not let its captives go home? All the kings of the nations lie in state, each in his own tomb. But you are cast out of your tomb like a rejected branch. You are covered with the slain, with those pierced by the sword, those who descend to the stones of the pit. Like a corpse trampled underfoot, you will not join them in burial. For you have destroyed your land and killed your people. Let the offspring of the wicked never be mentioned again. Prepare a place to slaughter his children for the sins of their ancestors. They are not to rise to inherit the land and cover the cities. I will rise up against them, declares the Lord Almighty. I will wipe out Babylon's name and survivors, her offspring and descendants, declares the Lord. I will turn her into the place for owls, and into swampland. I will sweep her with the broom of destruction, declares the Lord Almighty. The Lord Almighty has sworn, surely as I have planned, so it will be. And as I have proposed, so it will happen. I will crush the Assyrians in my land. On my mountains, I will trample him down. His yoke will be taken from my people, and his burden removed from their shoulders. This is the plan determined for the whole world. This is his hand stretched out over all nations. For the Lord Almighty has proposed, and who can thwart him? His hand is stretched out, and who can turn it back? Now, let me see. Oh, now he wants to. It's always something, man. It's always something. Let me go back here real quick, guys. He wants the King James Version. I don't know. He wants the them, thous. It's crazy. Look at all these versions. Some more of the incoherence. Do all of these say the same thing?
The NKJV should do. The New King James Version should do.
But evidently they don't. Omar wants me to reread all of this in the King James, but I'm going to just go to the verse that he said, because I'm not supposed to read all this again. Prepare a place to slaughter his children for the sins of their ancestors. They are not to rise to inherit the land and cover the earth with their cities. Now, this still doesn't change anything, but it just shows it is showing. It's on the screen showing right now. Now, could you tell me what that means for you, Omar? Did he make this prophecy before Moses? That is the King James Version. You just said switch it to the King James Version. That's the King James Version. Right here it says King James Version.
Can I ask you a question really fast, Quantum?
King James Version.
I don't wanna.
It don't matter if I bring up fake. Why do it say King James Version right there?
Yeah, that's the. Can you hear me, Quantum? Quantum, can you hear me?
See? This is moving the goalpost. Now, since I done started reading, now Babylon got problems. I always state the chapter and the verse before reading. No, I don't have to. You state it. I said it's Isaiah chapter 14, verse 21, 30 times. Now I'm getting yeah, Omar, and that's what we don't agree with. That's a King James Version right there. Omar. Who else's version you want me to do? What other version? I don't know what you want me to do. Let's say King James Version. That's what it say. You want the authorized King James version? You want this King James? You're going to have complaints until you find something that says Frank Castle. Frank Castle ain't King James. Frank Castle's name is not going to be on here. I don't care if we look up the Marvel version, because this is the version of the Bible. And as I stated, you done brought this back up, and we moved past Isaiah. I gave you Isaiah yesterday. You wanted to be incoherent. Today, I'm giving you the Bible that disagrees with this. Did you know that, Omar? This part of the Bible that says that you wanted to read, I can show you where Ezekiel prophesied that they was wrong about that. Ezekiel say that they wrong about this, Omar. So now, if Isaiah is talking about a prophecy to come, and he says that God says, prepare a place to kill, and then I go back to where we was looking a while ago, which was Jeremiah, because I want to say Jeremiah was one of the last prophets to say something. Now, when I reset it, it went back to international. You wrong again. Your method, I told you that your methods is just not see, it's on King James. Now I'm gonna refresh and show you that it's gonna go back to NIV. See, it went back to NIV. That's because you wanted me to refresh it. Now that ain't the way that this site works. This site works when you go there, King James Version. All of this extra foothold and shit that you got to do to prove that somebody in the Bible was lying. Is it Isaiah? No, Humble, I can't hear you, Humble. You talking? Let me cut my speaker back on. I didn't know you were saying something. No, I couldn't hear you. Talking.
Can you hear me now,
I
Quantum?
hit search. I didn't know you were saying something.
Can you hear me now, Quantum? Oh, my bad. Hey, Quantum, can you hear me now?
Prepare the slaughter for his children. See if their fathers say the same. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, all right. So I was just gonna ask you,
I can hear you,
and I
Humble.
know that was my fault because they could hear me on the playback, like when they watching the video on the comments, they can hear me. I just wanted to make sure my mic wasn't messed up. But have you ever heard of the Babylonian exile?
Uh-huh.
Have you ever heard of the Assyrian exile?
What about it?
So the reason I'm asking you these questions is because the verse that you was just reading, when the Lord was talking about, right, that he was going to make Babylon nameless, right? He was going to slaughter the Assyrians. But then when you look throughout history, that ain't true. That ain't happened. You see what I'm saying? So now,
Listen,
where
man.
is these overcomings that the Lord then promised Israel versus Babylon and Assyria? Because when we look in history, we can clearly see the remnants where Babylon and Assyria conquered Israel.
Oh, but see, I understand that, and what I didn't want to say it because I wanted him to keep on digging his hole. But what Omar don't understand, that this prophecy is for Israel of that day. It wasn't prophesizing about Babylon and Syria for today. This prophecy already happened.
Mm-hmm.
They never get to that.
Well,
Isaiah
we
was
can't call it a
prophet that-
prophecy. Can we really call it a prophecy, Quantum? If
No,
the Bible is telling the wrong story, then can we really call it a prophecy?
that's what I'm saying. When you look, Ezekiel had a prophecy because he was actually the Lord speaking. Isaiah, when you get to Isaiah, let me see if I can't pull it up again. You look at the first book of Isaiah. I mean the first chapter of Isaiah. It tells you exactly what Isaiah is. The vision of Isaiah, the son of Amos, which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, the kings of Judah. It doesn't go beyond those. It tells you exactly. They always try to pull the wool over your eyes and make you think that they're talking about something else. This already happened, Omar. You can't get that one by me. I was going to let you pull it, but Humble stepped up and said something. And so we must understand what this is that we read and what Omar is trying to get you guys to believe. But verse 1 tells you exactly what this is. This ain't the vision of the Hebrews in the future who will be spread across the nations. No. This is a different group of Hebrews. Which Hebrews? It's talking about what he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, Hezekiah, the kings of Judah. Why are you trying to get me to believe that this is for us? Now you see why we won't let you on the panel. Nah, you know why we won't let you on the panel. I let you on the panel. You immediately came with God. Why does all of that old Frank Castle prophecy? No. I'm not going to let you do it. But you do get a chance to come up, though. But if you see some other reason why we didn't let you off the panel, I want you to know that your sight is wrong. Just like your reasoning been wrong the whole time with this whole thing. And not just your reasoning. I'm not just talking to Omar now. I'm talking to anybody who has this reasoning. The vision of Isaiah, the son of Amos, which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, the kings of Judah. No other time period. You can't bring this up and act like he's talking to you because it tells you who he's talking to. So again, your shenanigans fail. Frank Castle or Isaiah can't help you. Not with your reasoning. I read Isaiah and I told you I disagree with Isaiah because other prophets disagree with Isaiah. I told you I disagree with your reasoning about Isaiah verse 14, chapter 21, because your reasoning is trying to get people to believe that this is for this generation when it clearly tells you right here in number 1 that this vision is concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah. Now, I'll read this for you again. Prepare slaughter for his children for the iniquity of their fathers, that they do not rise, nor possess the land, nor fill the face of the world with cities. I don't think anybody, this shows that prophecy was true. And why? Why does it show that it's true? Because it tells you who it's talking to. It tells you who it's talking to. You thought you could get one over on me, didn't you? I told you. We don't agree with this. We don't agree with your reasoning. Why we don't agree with your reasoning? Because the same book, Isaiah 1, tells you who it's talking to. You lose again. You lose again. You thought you was going to get that by me? You thought I was going to believe Isaiah was talking to us? You killed your, you did. They put themselves in the air. I just kick away the chair. Chair. You thought you ain't got no rookie up here, Omar. Let me tell you. Listen, my reasoning is seasoning for the minds of those who need to be enlightened and not frightened. You want people to be frightened. I want people, let me put myself up here because I don't know why you're doing it. Snakes, you have no way to get by when only. Yeah, I know you squirming. I know you squirming. I see it. You don't think I am who I tell you I am. And you trying to tell me that you somebody that you ain't. You trying to tell me that Isaiah is talking to the people of today. Scamming and flim-flamming. How I'm in Head Start when it comes to scripture, and you didn't even know that Isaiah was to the people of that day. Listen, and it only gets deeper. Wait till I get to Hebrews in the New Testament and show you exactly who you think you are. It's a whole different Hebrew. Y'all making stuff. Rookie. How I'm a rookie? Because I didn't know that Frank Castle was speaking Hebrew? Or are you the rookie because you think Frank Castle is arguing for the Hebrews? Your reasoning is funny. Then you tell me to read Isaiah chapter 14, verse 21, as if I didn't know that Isaiah prophesied about Judah and Jerusalem of the day that he was alive. This was a vision. Because before him, Moses said something, and after him, Ezekiel said the same thing. So, hey, listen, man. Yeah, you laughing. You laughing. You thought you was going to get one over on me, you sneaky snake. Gotcha. It's not going to end up good for you, Omar. You know it too. You know what's coming, man. Frank Castle. God, why do my enemies, why do the... Come on, man. If I'm a rookie in the scripture, yeah, I'm a rookie. Matter of fact, I'm going to take that. But damn it, I'm the rookie of the year. They can fire you. They can definitely fire you because they got a new rookie. And he translates better than the people who've been here. You know how I did it? I know you wondering like, dang, how Oli do that, man? How he do it? So often, how he do it? You want me to tell you how I do it? This is how I do it, Omar.
Cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts. Even though I tried, I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, get the line. Debate you anytime, that's fine. You done crossed the line.
Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every. Recognize. I recognize that your belief is flawed. So many fallacies. Along with you trying to switch and read Isaiah 14. Verse 21, like we don't know that that's for Judah and Jerusalem of that day. You thought you had some. I'm going to continue, man. Let me go and get this back up here. Because Omar ain't going to get away, man. Let me take that down. Put this back on the stage, man. You thought you had a sucker. See, that's why you asked me. I know why you asked me. Because you've been here for years and you ain't never asked nobody to give you an idea of what justice should look like, in my view. And I did. I took that challenge. I feel like I'm excelling right now. I got you going to all types of different verses trying to see if I'm confused or not, but I already told you I ain't confused. And how do you know it?
Different type of hell. Different type of hell.
I'm a different type of animal when it comes to this. And when you talk, every time you finish.
Mr. Madison, what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought.
It's not a rational thought to say, oh, let me see if I can pull Isaiah on and make him think Isaiah is the prophecy for us. That's not for you. Isaiah 14:21 isn't for you. That already happened. It's in the past. Why you keep bringing up old shit? Why you keep bringing this? Omar funny as hell. Omar funny as hell. It's crazy, man. I just can't do it. The reasons and the reasoning of some people is just, man, it's kind of absurd. But we was talking about 2 Kings 14 and Chronicles, 2 Chronicles chapter 25. That's where we was going before Omar tried to derail the fast track to coherence. And I know it hurts, Omar. It has you making delusional thoughts and things. Man, listen, and we ain't even trying to silence Omar over here. We see he delusional. He believes that he can get y'all to. This is how good the Hebrew Israelites are. Just like he tried to get y'all get y'all to believe that Isaiah 14, verse 21 is to us today. Omar believes that he's up 4-0 when it comes to the rounds of what we spit. And all he's done is give you a comic book of explanations. God. The incoherence.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
All right, we back. My bad, Titans. And everybody that's fighting to be enlightened. Remember, watch out for the snakes that's striking and the dogs that's biting. Babylon, when I opened the panel, you can come up and read it. We'll just go ahead and get through this, though. We got all morning. I ain't going nowhere. I know it's 3 o'clock for y'all, or 2:43 is going on. But as we see, before we were rudely interrupted by somebody trying to make you guys believe that a scripture was written to you when it was actually for the people of that day. It specifically told you that the vision of Isaiah, the son of Amos, which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah. Like, it tells you this. And this man just tried to get up here and get us to believe that this was talking of uh, um, prophecy of today. Now, let's see. Kings. Sorry, guys. Pardon me 1 minute trying to pull my it's 2 Kings. 2 Kings chapter 14. Let's just start there. As I told you, oh, I'm sharing the wrong screen. My bad. Pull this up for you. I think. Okay. There it goes. Now, up to this point, we remained almost entirely within the Hebrew scriptures. We listened to Moses establish the laws. We've listened to Ezekiel dismantle the proverb of inherited guilt. And we watched Amaziah apply the law exactly as it was written. And we've heard Jeremiah repeat the same principle while introducing the promise of a new covenant. And so as we read Second Kings chapter 14, it again talks about Amaziah. In the second year of Josiah, son of Jehoaz, king of Israel, reigned Amaziah, the son of Joash, king of Judah. He was 25 years old when he began to reign, and reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Jehodan of Jerusalem. And he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, yet not like David his father. He did according to all the things as Joash his father did. Howbeit the high places were not taken away, as yet the people did sacrifice and burn incense on the high places. And it came to pass, as soon as the kingdom was confirmed in his hand, that he slew his servants, which had slain the king his father. But the children of the murderers he slew not, according unto that which is written in the book in the law of Moses, wherein the Lord commanded, saying, the father shall not be put to death for the children, nor the children be put to death for the fathers, but every man shall be put to death of his own sin. Again, this is very interesting to me, because again, it talks about Amaziah and his service as king. And we go back to Isaiah, and it talks about the time that happened. And so here we have two different ideas of what should be happening to kids and children. And who was this to? Now we see that this just tells a story of what God says, but Isaiah also tells a story too. It tells you in the beginning. I want y'all to make sure that y'all understand this. When and anytime somebody, like a lot of people like to use Isaiah as if it's a prophecy for Jesus also. And that when it talks about the Messiah, it's talking about Jesus. But I can point out that it's actually talking about a son that Isaiah had, Emmanuel. And it's proven. So this is one of the tactics from the people who claim to be of the book of sound mind and heart, yet go against the book in ways that's so treacherous to the belief that I could never agree to be a part of this. Because it all comes to personal interpretations and who says who's going to get what. And so to know that these people are intelligible enough to understand that there's no hate being needed, and still suppose, assume, and actually fight for atrocities to happen again. To be able to look a baby in, look, you see how I got this snake up? You see how Oli, that ain't me, that's Oli. But I can show you. You see how Oli holding that snake up? Looking that snake in his eyes. Omar, this is what you got to do to them kids. You have to hold them kids up and look them in the eyes. There we go, Cosmine. Shout out Cosmine in the chat. Let's be real about it. The Bible says both things. I agree. It contradicts itself. I agree. But I have to say this, though, Cosmine. The only reason it seems to contradict itself is because people are telling us that this is who it's talking to, or this is who this is about. They the ones lying. It might not be no contradiction if we keep it separate, if we keep the story separate. Because as you can clearly see, Isaiah said it's talking to Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, and a couple of other kings of Israel. But he wants us to believe that, yep, private interpretation. His private interpretation is that it's talking to us today. And for me, that's like, you know me, I'm real big on parsimony when it comes to answers and stuff. That's not parsimonious at all. It's not parsimonious at all. I want you to know that Moses, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel, all three prophesied on the actual topic of should the son or the who should suffer for the sins of who. Isaiah that you tried to pull up talks about a certain time period. You can't get it past me that you just tried to swindle me and get me to believe that that wasn't to those people, that was to the people of today. So there go one strike against you. Now, you asked me to pull up Exodus. Go to the concordance and tell me what that means. If it's in Exodus and it's before, and you keep on showing us contradictions. If it's gonna say something different than what any other section of the Bible says, then it's just what it is. It's a contradiction. And those contradictions are the reasons that we have these type of discourses. Are you trying to say that your interpretation of these is more correct than what the book actually says? Incoherent. Now you want me to pull up, boy, Omar? You something else, man. You something else. Let me see. Let me do this for him, y'all. He wants this so bad now. So where's the... I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking up for this. Omar. Ain't Exodus. So it ain't good enough to look up Exodus and see what it say. Now I got to look up the concordance, tell him what that means, H6. Instead of him not playing Frank Castle and being able to come up, I got to do all this extra work to show y'all how incoherent he is. And this is how mentally transmitted diseases come about and infections. Okay, Exodus 20. Exodus chapter 20, verse 5. Okay. Okay, here we go. Thou shalt not bow thyself to them, nor serve them, for I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generations of them that hate me. Well, I can tell you from the jump that I'm not in the third or fourth generation of those people in the first place. If I was in a generation, I'd be there. But let's go to Exodus 1:1 to see if we can't really get a hold of what this is talking about, what the whole book of Exodus is. See if you're trying to pull one. Now these are the names of the children of Israel which came into Egypt. So this is going to be about anybody who was ever in Egypt. I ain't never been in Egypt. Have you ever been in Egypt?
Nope, I did a lot of studies
What does
about it, but I ain't
visiting
never
mean?
been there.
Blue Letter website has this answer. Got to visiting. What you mean got to visiting? See, you trying to make something up. I told y'all. What you mean visiting, Omar? Tell us what you're talking about. You keep on trying to speak in riddles or something. What you talking about, Omar? Because Exodus 20, maybe we should just read the whole book, the whole chapter 20. And God spake these words. My question to you would be, when and who did he speak these words to? I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Now, for some reason, I find this strange that they've been in Egypt. God helped them escape bondage. And then he immediately says, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Why did he have to tell them this? Thou shalt not make any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow thyself to them, nor serve them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generations of them that hate me. Now, I'm gonna just show you how good my reasoning is, Omar. Because you said visiting. Now I see what you was asking. What does visiting mean? It means God is at this moment looking back at the initial perpetrators of whatever iniquity he's looking back on. But it says visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children. So that would mean, upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. So the fathers are either one of two sets. He's talking about the people who came and was capturing Israel or held Israel in bondage unto the third and fourth generation. Or he's talking about the exact Hebrew Israelites who were committing iniquities upon their children. So it could go two ways. I would suppose that you saying that it's talking about the Assyrians or Babylon, which, like I told you, we aren't Assyria or Babylon at all. You can try to point and make that a correlation, but that would be to your folly. So Yeah, I don't need no strong accordance or nothing to go see what visiting means. I just told you what visiting means. It means God is looking back on the things that happened. Like you get in a history book and looking at it. What do visiting mean to you in that, Omar? Omar, what do that mean? Visiting the iniquities. That means thinking about that. That means God is weighing the sins of the people who did something when that was in Israel, right? Why would I need a strong accordance to tell me that? That won't demonstrate who is the punisher. The punisher still wouldn't be more important than the people in the book. Is that how they got you? Oh, I see how they sold it to Omar now. They put his favorite comic hero in there. Oh, they cold. Oh, they cold with it. Omar, now I see. Now I see why you push Frank Castle so much. Whoever got you, they used Frank Castle to get you. You should have used another superhero. Try to get me. That's cold. That's a cold thing, man. That's a cold thing, man. Again, I don't think your correlation is working. That proves nothing, especially if you're trying to put Frank Castle back in the mix. Frank Castle is not important to me and rather uninteresting to the topic. You keep on trying to move me away from this that you need. Oh, give me just a minute, man.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it. Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellect.
Yeah, man. We back. Uh, so again, as I stated, Cosmo said inflict something harmful or unpleasant on someone. I said visiting was looking back on whoever inflicted or caused the harmful or unpleasant trees on someone. So again, as I said, it only proves that this this method is not intelligible. Uh and that's being honest, like you said. As I stated, it does have to do with a bad look, Omar. Um, that's exactly what I'm telling you. It's the contradictions that keep coming. You keep on telling me that God is telling us to inflict pain and stuff on somebody, whoever it may be, because of what their father's done, because of the generations before that. But then I'm gonna continue, and like I said, we on Kings 14 and 2:14 and Chronicles 2 and verse 25. That's gonna show a contradiction to what you're saying is supposed to be done. So now I ask you, Omar, which scriptures are right? See, that's what you keep trying to get past. In your effort to want to put little kids naked outside in the cold for a winter or two, you bring up so many inconsistencies that will point and show that the Bible shows a direct contradiction of what you're saying. After we've repeatedly seen you try to bring the Punisher into this, Frank Castle, as if he knows anything about what's going on. We've repeatedly saw you try to get us to believe that the Bible is talking to one person or one people for a certain time, when it clearly tells you that it's speaking to the people of Israel and Judah of the time of Uzziah and Jotham and the other kings. So why do you continue to try to pull this wool over our eyes just because you let somebody do it to you? You like that friend that they told you, hold your breath. And you hold your breath and they push on your chest and you pass out. And then you go home and try it with your 6-year-old brother because you think it's cool. Not knowing you and everything up. Yeah. It's a preposterous thing, man. It's a preposterous thing. And so the infliction of pain or anything should only come to the people who deserve being afflicted. And I don't care what Omar may try to get y'all to believe. If everyone's not a part of it, everyone shouldn't be made a part of it. You don't get to justify whatever atrocities you want to put forward to a text and then think that I'm going to let you put my kids in your front yard naked, cold on a winter day just to appease for some ancestors. Yeah, me and mine rather die. Absolutely. For my blood, Not for no white man. You keep on asking me about a white man. No, it's fair. It's fair because what wasn't fair was you bringing Frank Castle up there. God, can you tell me why? That's what wasn't fair, especially after we told you. That's what you need to understand. This is why it's happening to you like this. See, in your effort to prove incoherence, you become incoherent trying to prove it. You know you wasn't supposed to do it. Don't try to act like somebody doing something bad to you. Israel, you did it to yourself. You want to be cursed. Have you ever thought about that? To accept this is to say, I want to be cursed. And let me tell you something. Right now, you're still cursed. The stuff that's befalling you is because you cursed. He ain't said the curse is over yet. You over here trying to form some type of plan for victory, and you don't even understand that if you cursed, you still cursed right now. And those afflictions are being taken out on you right now. And you want me to come over here. Come on. Be cursed with me. Fill your hate, your heart up with hate. I'm missing something, Omar. I don't know what it is, but I'm missing something. It's not like Israel was just sitting around chilling and people came and started doing stuff to them. They took a covenant and then broke the covenant because they wanted to. And now everybody else got to pay. What's happening? What is happening here? I'm really confused about the reasoning, man. And I'm just asking questions. If this is what gets you on, continue pushing. I won't have anything to do with it. And by the end of this, I'm gonna show you why. And like I said, I don't expect you to change your mind. This ain't me trying to get you to change your mind or nothing. I just don't understand how Israel could be so self-sabotaging. And you tell us we need to play tetherball with little white babies. I'm not playing tetherball in your front yard with white babies. No. It's absurd. I'm not going to see who can hold the little white baby under the water the longest. We getting there. It shouldn't be no judgment. This is what you don't understand, Omar. Oli, what should the judgment and punishment be for the race national for putting our people in slavery for hundreds of years? The judgment and punishment should be this. We should tell God to punish each and every individual for what they did. What's so hard about that, Omar? What don't you understand about my answer? You keep on telling me that, and I'm going to show you why. I told you it's a 10-part series. Slow down. I know it hurts. I answered your question. I told you. By the end of this 10-part series, your question will be answered. I told you. The judgment and punishment that you're looking for is not going to be the judgment and punishment you get. God is able to answer these. Why you ain't saying that this is my answer? Are you not saying we should call upon God to give a fair judgment? Do you not think God is powerful enough to punish each individual? And if not, tell me why the Bible says so. Amaziah's father was murdered. Amaziah executes the people responsible. He does not execute their children. The text explicitly appeals to the law of Moses. Each person accountable for his own sin. That's the judgment and punishment. Omar, why you keep saying I ain't answering it? You don't understand that answer? Does it make too much sense to you? Or do you not think God is capable of doing that? See, that's the problem that I know you having. Should it be jail time, reparations, restoration, land rights? The answer would, I told Omar, you've sat through my first two episodes, my first two, you know what I said it should be. If you haven't, go back and watch them. I'm not going to keep repeating these things when I already told you that. I gave you two forms. I gave you what divine justice would look like if it was God. Then I gave you divine justice through men's legal systems. I showed you all of those. Should it be jail time? Jail time for who? The people who killed the babies and stuff? Can you go find them and round them up? You gonna say they dead? You gonna say they dead and they can't be held accountable? Why? How does the dead get away from God? I need to know that mechanism. What's your last comment? Let me see what your last comment say. Should it be jail time, reparations, restoration, land rights? The answer would be something tangible. For you, it would. Because you want it to happen today and you want to see it. You want to see little kids in jail. You want to be playing who can hold a little white baby under the water the longest. You want to string little white babies up and go play volleyball with them and commit all the atrocities that they did to us, hoping that that's going to make somebody feel better, but it ain't. All it's going to do is make you and the other Hebrew Israelites fight about who going to have the most who going to have the most slaves. And like, who going to be making these rules? That's what I'm saying. You keep asking me this question. I ain't going to answer it. I'm not going to answer it. Because it's a 10-part series and it's going to get answered. He said, put his last thing on it. This is what he says, y'all. Should it be jail time, reparations, restoration, land rights? The answer would be something tangible. What do y'all think? Because that's not the answer that you said is going to happen. Now you're trying to straw man your position. You never said nothing about no jail time or nothing. You said that these people are going to be our slaves, that we're going to be able to commit whatever atrocity you want. That's what you said. Because you don't think jail rights, reparations, or restoration, or land rights are adequate enough in the first place. If they gave you all that, you'd still want to hold a little white baby under the water for 2-3 days. You don't want to, you won't, listen, man. This is my question to you, bruv. Should it be jail time, reparations, rest? None of them. I'm not using any of those. When you get to the 10th episode, you'll see what I say. Stop trying to jump the gun. I told you this before. You keep trying to jump the gun. I know it hurts. I know it hurts. Yeah, for real. I done heard him say a whole bunch of shit, and they be lying too. They'll lie to you real quick. I gotta say that. They will tell you that whatever God's saying, but they just know that they'll never be put in those situations. So it feels good to say that you'll do those atrocious things if God say so. I'm fighting. I'm fighting the urge. If it's a place for me, I'll be there if it means standing up for what I feel is right, especially if what I feel is right will have adequate and prosperous results without the harm of anybody else. Psh. For real, man. It's a cold thing what these people want to do, what they want you to believe. I don't know how they believe that it's going to happen. If they say God is going to make the move, I feel that God in particular could already made the move. Feel like we should have never even been going through this. Incoherent. You answer for this in a way that is despicable to me. I'm not saying you're a despicable person, Omar, but to want to go down to the basketball court and grab a little white kid and act like he a baby and dribble the baby on the hard concrete outside because you think that's some type of retribution, despicable. Despicable. Do I think they should pay back reparations? I already told you that. Do I think anybody should be in jail? Anybody who knows that they're doing wrong and keep it. I showed you all of this in my slides. I'm not going to go back and watch the shows. It leads me to believe that you're not paying attention. You don't want no answers, really. You don't want answers. It's crazy, man. Now jail time is enough. Money is enough. Now he wants money. No, it don't look good from my side. This ain't my side. See, that's the problem. You looking for right and wrong when I'm looking for the reasonable explanations. You trying to get somebody to be despicable at the same time while you can't even have reasonable convo without thinking about the atrocities that have to be committed. And for you to be able to push that to the side and act like, well, it happened to us, they should do it too. Boy. And this is why, though, like I said, because you keep trying to get me to believe that This is what God wanted. Yeah, it's only 3 something. It was 12 when you came on with God. You came on late. It was already today when you did that. You did it early. You got knocked out in the first round, first hour of the day. Still got 23, 22, 24 more, 21 more hours. Sorry for you. This shows the importance of time and knowing where you're at when you're saying what you said and did what you did. Should have been over here. It was already that day. You in living in the past. Still, literally living in the past. I didn't kick you off. I would have let you back up. I'm sure it would have been to my disappointment because you would have found a way to slide an audio of Frank Castle. You love Frank Castle, don't you? What did Frank Castle do for the Hebrew Israelites? Well, let me get to these slides, man. Because up to this point, we established something that I believe is becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. The law of Moses declared that fathers weren't to be put to death for the sins of their children, nor children for the sins of their fathers. Every man, the law said, was to answer for his own sin. That wasn't a suggestion. It wasn't advice. It was law. It was God's own standard of justice for the nation of Israel. Now, for me, a question naturally follows. Did Israel ever actually apply the law? What was y'all doing? Did y'all ever even? It's one thing to write justice into a legal code. It's another thing to practice it when emotions are high and vengeance seems justified. Every nation claims to value justice until justice demands restraint. Now, the scriptures record a moment when Israel faced exactly that test, and that account is found during the reign of King Amaziah. Amaziah inherited the throne under tragic circumstances. His father, King Joash, had been assassinated by his own servants. Now imagine that atmosphere in Jerusalem. A king has been murdered. The kingdom has been shaken. The new king now possesses absolute authority to respond. Had Omar been one of the rulers in ancient Near East, he wouldn't have stopped with the murders of the people who did it. He would have eliminated the entire family. They would have executed brothers, sons, grandsons. Notice I never said anything other than because they taking these and mating with them, but that's a whole different story. They made sure they killed all the men because why? Then retaliation could never rise in the future. That wasn't something that they didn't, that was usual in the ancient world. It was expected. Dynasties protected themselves by destroying bloodlines and bloodlines. But Amaziah did it different. He said, nah, we're going to get the people who did it. Omar see this. Omar see, I'm talking about, listen, guys. And like I said, because I know when I finish with Omar, I know every night he go home bloody and beat up. They always call him, what did he do to you, Omar? What did he say? They can come up here and get it too. It's all right. Because what we see is that the murderers are punished. Justice isn't ignored. Justice wasn't delayed. Justice found the people who committed the crime. That's what justice does. Individual accountability doesn't eliminate punishment. Do I need to talk like the gut judgment, the punisher for you? Individual accountability doesn't eliminate punishment. Omar, did you know that? Reason with me here. Making an individual accountable for his deeds doesn't destroy the judgment that you're looking for. Why are you scared of these dudes? You scared of them for some reason. You're giving them a lot of power when you think that they shouldn't be. Second Kings chapter 14, verse 6 says, but the children of the murderers he slew not, according unto that which was written in the book of the law of Moses, wherein the Lord commanded, saying, the father shall not be put to death for the children, nor the children be put to death for the fathers, but every man shall be put to death for his own sin. Why are you going against that? It didn't simply tell us what Amaziah did. He explained why Amaziah did it. Amaziah did it according to the law of Moses, wherein the Lord commanded. Omar, this is the Lord commanding this. But we having troubles, Omar. I don't know. I'm trying to find your reasoning, but it's flawed. I find it constantly flawed, and I can't put up with it. And so, for you to continue to tell me that judgment has to be some type of violent punishment, like you said, and I don't want to be putting words in your mouth. Let me see. I've been going for 4.5 hours. It's 10 people here. Man, Omar, it ain't looking good for you, man. It's not looking good for your reasoning. I don't know why, but I'm starting to lean toward I'm not a Hebrew Israelite because I don't want to be cursed. And for anybody who listening or watching, just like God went into a covenant with the children of Israel, when you identify that you're taking part of that covenant and that you are cursed. I shouldn't feel bad for anything that happened to you because these are divine judgments from God. Y'all still going through your punishment. Why did you worship the idols? And he told you not to. You don't want to answer for that. Why are you being punished? Why was you scattered across the four corners of the earth where you don't know yourself, where you couldn't know yourself, only to find yourself so you can make sure you know that you cursed? Boy, the reasoning is unlike anything we've ever saw in modern day history. It's terrible. It's despicable. And it's unproductive to a productive society. Because I do believe if we do have this set in place and it's coming, that we're going to have to find out who the heads of these nations and these the tribes of Judah and the sons of Jacob. We got to find out who they all are. And once we find out who they are, we got to find out who's making the rules, who's agreeing. Is it one person? Is it a lot of people? Is the Benjamites going to get more than the Levites? Is the Levites still going to be behind the curtain? Well, come on, Omar. I know y'all put together a map and everything, but y'all haven't put together what it's really going to do. And so with that, part 1 of section 4 ends. I got to do some early morning studies on one thing you asked me. And when you come back up here on the 29th, you have the right to be back on the stage at the Titans Debate League. It'll still be the 28th for you. So, you know, stay tight, get your information right. Make sure I put me up on here, man. Stay tight, get your information right. And remember, you're going to get an answer to your questions. I've answered them, but you seem to look over them as if I didn't. I think you just don't like the answer, and so we're just going to have to disagree. But I got you. I got you right where I want you. You can squirm and slither, but I got you right by the back of your neck. And all I ask you while I hold you up there is to tell the truth. We don't need the violence for retribution or restoration, reconciliation. But I'm being loud, man, and they're talking, so I'm gonna go ahead and leave you with a commercial and a song. Sorry.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Yeah, different type of animal, now everybody better listen up. For my people in the struggle who never gave a what. Different type of animal. Different type of animal. Yeah, different type of animal, now everybody better listen up. For my people in the struggle who never gave a what. Even when life try to press you down, turn your frown to a smile. I make styles just to lift you up. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Steady hustling, steady grinding. Getting money every time I put my time in. When they ask what I got up under my sleeve, they never gon' believe when I tell them it's all timing. Everybody want a real life attitude. Incoherent, now they mad at you. Some people can't get it, now they laugh at you. Till they see the glow, now they copying the altitude. I never was a type, it was handed to. Had to put it together like mechanics do. Now you see I got the tools to succeed. Different mindset, different breed, different view every time I play or breathe. Quantum thoughts, I evolve every week. Young Al, been wild since a young child. Still fresh to the death, no funeral style. How could you walk in my shoes? We run the town. Big shoes to fill. Never been a clown. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Talking about the block, I've been around, fighting through the hard times till it spin around. Game tight, move smooth, never hear a sound. Big pressure every time we hit the town. Couldn't touch me with a yardstick. Running through the paper on that backyard business. Chasing dreams, chasing cream to the team. Rich 5'8", but I'm standing on that stand tall mindset. See these monkeys trying to pull me from the tree. Yeah, they put me down before that just turned me to a beast. So I hopped into the streets, showed the hungry how to eat. Oklahoma on my back, now I'm bringing pressure to the beat. Cold hard world, colder in the streets. Money on my mind, barely get to sleep. Dreams feel close, still feel out of reach. Lights up ahead, I just want a little piece. Still a student of the game, don't qualify to teach. Learn lessons every day, so I evolve every week. I'm not an animal, life just got wild. So I did what I had to do, the other routes was foul. No copy, no paste, you can't get my style. Heart on my sleeve, still walk with a smile. Judge me by my past, take a look at me now. I ain't doing this for me, I just wanna make my mama proud. Quantum only is untruth, yeah, we bringing it out. Why y'all watching me? Better watch the crowd. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Different type of animal. Different type of animal. The wool removed, you wolves I see. No dogs, no snakes, it's feathers on me. This time, let's start. Hey. They try to open their third eye with both eyes closed. Can't see the consequences to the things that they chose. Put they self in deeper sleep, claiming that they woke, while I'm watching time and nature moving through the smoke. I fell in love with wisdom. Sophia held my hand, told me comfort ain't real if it destroy another man. So I learned to love existence without controlling all the plans. Try to hold on to forever, still it slipped right through my hands. Tried everything to get it, still slipped through my hands. Then it's both of my kids. Only thing I truly love, my #1 fans. And I still smile even when life get cold, cause most things grow in the sunlight, but grow the most at night. That's something people don't know.
above everything alive because of love. The only time I fell in love, I was standing on the ledge. If I would've knew the ledge, I might've moved different instead. Thought I found forever in somebody else's head, but she just wanted friendship while I was thinking marriage bed. So here I go again, talking about love again, trying to explain existence through the pain again, trying to hold beauty still, but time don't ever stand. That's when Father Time whispers, son, that's just a plan. And Mother Nature touched my shoulder, said nothing blooms forever, but everything returns eventually. That's when I finally understood why heartbreak make us wiser, why loneliness get deeper when your thoughts become advisors. People fear the dark, but the stars only shine there. Flowers drink the sunlight, but roots grow where the night live. That's why I stopped hearing pain and started reading signs there. Every scar another map showing me where life is. Time and nature had a face, I don't think they look old. Probably young forever, with eternal souls. Little kids with galaxies inside their pupils glowing gold, running through the universe, laughing while creation unfolds. Not gods on thrones, not witches casting spells, just the endless interaction that make existence itself. One gay sequence, one gay shape, and together they became every heartbeat, every ocean, every memory, every name. Beauty and the beast, light and dark, love and grief, that's the balance. People call it contradiction, but I call it understanding. Cause I love time, cause time gave me moments. And I love nature, cause nature let me hold them. That's why I cherish every second, even broken ones too. Cause without the hurt and healing, Father Time and Mother Nature dancing endlessly. Forever be Father Time and Mother Nature dancing endlessly. Open both eyes and if money see, you get two eyes, but only one vision of reality. Love again. I guess I'll tell you about the topic of existence again. Feathers on me, stars above, everything alive because of love. Mama Fatima, amor. This time I understand it.
Different type of help. Different type of animal, yeah. Different type of animal, now everybody better listen up. For my people in the struggle who never gave a what. Even when life try to press you down, turn your frown to a smile. I make styles just to lift you up. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Steady hustling, steady grinding, getting money every time I put my time in. When they ask what I got up under my sleeve, they never gon' believe when I tell them it's all timing. Everybody want a real life attitude. Incoherent, now they mad at you. Some people can't get it, now they laugh at you. Till they see the glow, now they copying the altitude. I never was the type, it was handed to. Had to put it together like mechanics do. Now you see I got the tools to succeed. Different mindset, different breed, different view every time I play or breathe. Quantum thoughts, I evolve every week. Young Al, been wild since a young child. Still fresh to the death, no funeral style. How could you walk in my shoes? We run the town, big shoes to fill. Never been a clown. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Talking about the block, I've been around, fighting through the hard times till it spin around. Game tight, move smooth, never hear a sound. Big pressure every time we hit the town. Couldn't touch me with a yardstick. Running through the paper on that backyard business. Chasing dreams, chasing cream to the team. Rich 5'8", but I'm standing on that stand tall mindset. See these monkeys trying to pull me from the tree. Yeah, they put me down before that, just turned me to a beast. So I hopped into the streets, showed the hungry how to eat. Oklahoma on my back, now I'm bringing pressure to the beat. Cold hard world, colder in the streets. Money on my mind, barely get to sleep. Dreams feel close, still feel out of reach. Lights up ahead, I just want a little piece. Still a student of the game, don't qualify to teach. Learn lessons every day, so I evolve every week. I'm not an animal, life just got wild. So I did what I had to do, the other routes was foul. No copy, no paste, you can't get my style. Heart on my sleeve, still walk with a smile. Judge me by my past, take a look at me now. I ain't doing this for me, I just wanna make my mama proud. Quantum only is untrue, yo, we bringing it out. Why y'all watching me? Better watch the crowd. I'm a different type of animal, way different type of animal. 2 to 16, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Different type of animal. Different type of animal.
Yeah. Remember later on today, man.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here. Brave speak here.
Yeah, man. Remember, go like, share, and subscribe. And, it's on. We'll be with you later on today. We got Humble in the building, so stay tuned, man.